You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Timmy, what are you doing? How are we already off to a great start?
I don't know why this would ever be put this way.
All right. If you're watching the live stream, Timmy's microphone is backwards.
You did this.
Just move the mic. Oh, my God. All right. The reason Terrible Time Timmy doesn't know how to work his microphone and is in here today, Tommy off visiting his baby boy grandson. So it's the young crew in this morning.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, 62 degrees this morning. Raining like cats and dogs. Going to keep raining, and it's going to go into wind, and the wind can get a little ridiculous. That 62 degrees is the highest we're going to get. It just goes down, down, down till we are in the high 40s by 7 p.m. Tomorrow, rain again, high of 49. Sunday, more rain, high of 56, and then it goes back to like what we've had early next week.
Just in time for the week to start.
Yes, you got it. Absolutely. So because you guys are young and have no obligations, I'm sure you have very exciting weekends planned.
Nope.
So many jobs.
You can pull the mic down to your face.
I know.
I wasn't sure. You made fun of me earlier.
You could just talk into the
Got it. Okay.
Terrible Time Timmy. Thank you.
I'm not good at this,
No,
clearly.
I understand.
So.
You're the only person that can come in and do this, so we're forced with you.
Lucky.
When I bring up fun, exciting weekends, I mean you guys have no obligations to do anything.
Not this weekend.
I work every single weekend because Amerks and St. John Fisher.
Okay, but I mean, okay, great. You're right. I'm sorry,
He
Timmy.
has obligations.
He's a working person.
Yeah.
Kimmy, neither of you have kids.
Nope.
Right? And like Kimmy, you're kind of married, but your husband's a firefighter.
Yeah,
so you're
he's gone 24 hours at a time.
You got it. So you have nothing, no obligations this weekend.
I don't think so.
And I hate you for that. I hate you for that. Because if you have kids.
Well, you're in prime kid activity time.
Oh, please tell me, woman who's never had children.
Well, because your kids aren't old enough to drive themselves yet.
No.
So you still have to cart them around, but they're old enough to want that independence, and they're probably fully immersed in all those activities.
I think we live in a world now, even with teenagers, because like kids can't officially get their driver's licenses until 17 now, right? Is that the new rule in New York?
Oh, is it? I mean, I thought you could get your license at 16. You just couldn't drive. You had to drive within like a window of time.
That I don't know. That was our rule when we
Yeah,
were kids.
It's mathematically impossible to accumulate the acquired hours between permit and hours time before you're 17.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So like now, most kids, you're not even going to get your driver's license till
that
you're a
sucks.
senior in high school. Look, the reason I bring this up is I know there are lots of folks listening right now just trying to get to the end of the day, looking forward to the weekend. And I was once like you people. I was once one of you exciting, optimistic, hopeful weekend people. This weekend, tomorrow, my wife and I are going away for a night.
Just you two.
Yep. It's bed and breakfast date weekend.
Nice.
It's great. Yeah, no, bed and breakfast date weekend with your wife is really fun because you get to find out what it would be like to have sex in your grandma's house.
Yeah, but you love hotels.
This is not a hotel. It's a bed and breakfast.
But it's a hotel.
No, no, it's not. There's a mat. Let me explain something to you.
You have somebody making your bed.
Well, it's one night.
Cleaning up after you.
So no, okay, Kimmy. Hotels, which I lived in for years, and you're right, I can appreciate a middle-of-the-road, good, free breakfast hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Hotels have lots of people, and they're located centrally in places where people want to be, right? And there's a pool, and there's cable, and all of this stuff, and there's a little thing on the wall where you can say, this is the temperature I'd like it to be, and that's there, okay? That's a hotel.
Yeah.
What a bed and breakfast is a house from 200 years ago that sucks. The house sucks. There's a reason why nobody lives in the house anymore. And then you bring people into this house and you get to stay in one of the rooms in the house. And they don't have a thing on the wall, Kimmy, where you get to pick the temperature. They have a radiator. And the radiator is either 1 billion degrees or 0 degrees. And it's decorated like your grandma's house. And for some reason, society has tricked women ages 25 to 65 into believing this is something you want to do on a weekend.
That has to be like something that's going away. I don't know anybody my age that loves like the traditional bed and breakfast. Like they'll stay at like an Airbnb or somewhere that like in a place they want to visit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know a lot of people that will go off to like stay in a home. Especially, it freaks me out that you share it with other people.
No, I mean, but that's a hotel.
No, I know, but at a hotel you have your own separate room and stuff.
No, same thing. You have your own separate room.
Oh, okay. So I thought like it was more of like a community vibe where like y'all come down and eat together.
Well, you can in the morning if you want to, much like a hotel when they have free breakfast.
Yeah, but that's different.
Okay. I love how you started this discussion arguing this was a hotel, and now you're trying to argue it's not a hotel.
Well,
what is it about that
it,
seat that makes you everyone a massive hypocrite?
So about a quarter mile away from where you're staying is probably some big blue and yellow sign that says like something happened here in the 1800s.
Yes, exactly.
So they can't change it.
No, we're going to Aurora, New York, which is where
I know nothing about Aurora.
I didn't know anything about Aurora until we went last year. It was our first time going. I guess the man who discovered American Express and Western Union, both of those two companies.
Seinfeld?
From Aurora. Shut up. Shut up. I'm already frustrated about having to go to this stupid bed and breakfast. But you brought up, Kimmy, that no one your age does this, which is strange.
I just think that they've substituted it. Like there are other things that they'll do instead.
Every time we go to one of these things, because my wife wants to do this 2 to 3 times a year. Everybody in there looks like you.
Oh.
Every woman in there looks just like you. And like we'll go to like it's always in a little town that has like 1 or 2 little bars in it, and we'll go there and they'll all look like you, and they're going to some spa that's like right down the street.
I guess I get the area you're in, like the draw of like that little kind of getaway town. But what you're describing is like living like basically renting a room in a house.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what this is, and I don't understand it. It sucks so hard. It sucks so hard. My wife has not gotten up yet, so I can say all of these things freely. And
Let it
like,
all out.
Just the bed and breakfast is one thing this weekend. Like I could swallow it down and handle just the bed and breakfast, but because I am a parent and I'm speaking to the soul of all of you parents out there, it's never that easy because I have an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old daughter, and we're going to Aurora tomorrow. Now, we have to drop the kids off to stay overnight. By the way, 2 different places. 2 different places the kids are sleeping over.
They don't want to stay together.
It's not that they don't. They just had, they I don't know what the hell's going on.
Different plans.
Yeah, I guess so. We have to drop them off at 2 different places, leave the house at like 11 a.m. We're going up to this bed and breakfast thing to do whatever my wife tells me we're doing because I have no idea even what we're doing when we get there. Then on Sunday, we have to get up super early because this place is like an hour and a half away. My 11-year-old has a thing in Pittsford at 11:30 on Sunday. My 13-year-old has spring hockey at 2 in Webster on Sunday. I won't be back from spring hockey through my door until like 4:15, and then I got to get working on the show. So from the moment I walk out of this room at 10 o'clock, every single minute until I walk back into this room on Monday morning is accounted for. And how the hell did that happen? How did that happen?
I mean, what's the point of going? I mean, do you even get to enjoy the place while you're there, knowing like I can't enjoy something knowing I have to do, like I have an obligation like the next day, the next day.
No, but see, if that was the case, I would never enjoy anything because I have children, so there's always an obligation the next day.
Would it be mean to tell your kids like you're going away and you drop them off at the places they want to go to?
Like an asylum?
No. And then you two stay home?
Well, no, because my wife wouldn't want to do that.
Okay. I thought you were just doing this to like get mom dad night.
So she might be. He's stuck.
Well, no, see, that's how she sells it to me. My wife sells me on, we never get to spend time together and, let's be alone. You need to have these events. And I agree with her. I agree with her 100%. But she uses that camouflage as a way to get to these homes that were built in the 1830s that no one would live in, but for some reason will charge you to stay the night. And there's like an innkeeper that lives at the house and wants to make you breakfast the next day. But it's never good breakfast. It's like muffins that like your great grandmother made because her hands don't work well anymore. And it's like, but you got to politely eat the muffin. This sucks. It sucks so hard and long. Everything about it sucks.
I mean, you're going to be doing this even more once your kids are out of the house, right?
Well, no, because then she can't.
This sounds like this is just something that your wife enjoys doing.
Yeah,
like
no, it is.
It's almost like a hobby.
It is.
So like you better get used to it because I think like this is going to be your retirement life.
I think I'm getting hives. Like I'm literally getting itchy on my face and on my neck.
No, that's just the house you're staying in.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All you parents out there, we used to be cool. We used to look forward to the weekends. We would have social things to do and people to see, and now all of that gets soaked up every single weekend by obligation after obligation. The kids and your spouse and what they got going on, and every single minute in your weekend is accounted for until you walk back in the door Monday morning. And that's just it. Kimmy, like I had the realization yesterday that this has been every weekend of my life since September.
because of kids' sports.
Kids things, my wife's things, right? Like, it's just every weekend, it is nonstop obligation. And I guess I didn't realize it till we got to bed and breakfast time. Because, like you said, it's supposed to be relaxing.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be relaxing. Because you're right. We could have just relaxed at the house. Could have just said, we pay a mortgage. Why would we not take advantage of the mortgage we're paying for?
Like, what would you, let's say you got to plan the getaway weekend, you and your wife, or getaway night, I should say. Where would you go?
Do we have to get away?
Yeah, like if you have to go somewhere, you got to get out of the house for whatever reason.
Okay, like within a day's drive, something to do that's interesting. I don't know. There's nothing.
Like you can't think of anything.
Well, but like, what's interesting? What's interesting right now? Like there aren't, and the eclipse just happened. Lilac Festival's not for another couple weeks.
And we know you're not like a lake guy. Like
no,
you don't like to like stare at water.
Why would you want to go to the lake now anyway?
It's nice. It's calm.
Okay,
it's relaxing.
So
it's just a change of scenery. Like I think some people just crave getting out of town for a second just to like see something new.
But why?
I don't know. It kind of takes I can't describe it, but it reminds you there's a bigger world out there than just the same routine every day.
Okay, all right. I'm going to just say it. I'm going to say it out loud. Okay. I'm going to say it fast.
Go, say it.
Okay. Everybody is always disappointed when they come back from trips like this because you have these delusions of grandeur, like you just said. You know, it's a big old world out there. We're going to get out and we're going to enjoy it.
I don't think you have high expectations for it. I think it's just you just need something new to do for a second.
Even with low expectations, you come back disappointed. Because let's say you want to go to a day's drive place, right?
Yeah.
Like you're going to go to Letchworth and stay overnight and like take in the scenery of outdoors. You're going to go to somewhere like Skinny Atlas or drive out to Buffalo or whatever the place you like to go to, right? You have an idea of what you're going to do and how it's going to go. And it never meets those expectations, ever. Whether they're high or low expectations, you're driving home the next day like, what the hell? Why do we spend money on that?
Why do you leave your house?
I don't want to leave my house.
On Monday, Duffy's going to come back in and be grateful that he's back here.
Yes, he's right.
I don't get it. Like, I think just the human brain needs change sometimes. It's not healthy.
No, but let me explain. Being in my house would be change. That's what I'm trying to tell you. With all of the things, and every parent knows what I'm talking about.
I get it. You need a lazy day.
Yes. Like, just being able to sit in my house would be change.
That's a great point. You are using your lazy day. Like, your kids are out of the building, right, for the weekend for the most part?
Yeah.
And you are then also exiled for your wife's reason?
Yeah, she wants to go to this bed.
So you are taking your 2 days of freedom and then filling them up with something that you don't want to do.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Kimmy's got nothing to say now, does she?
Would your wife do this by herself?
Ooh. Ask her. You're free.
No, there's no way.
Or, like, would she go with, like, a girlfriend or something? Like, could she eventually make like a girls' trip out of it? Would she be offended if you suggested that?
Yes, she would be offended.
Oh, okay.
But she has done things like this with like just my daughters or like friends of her in the past, which is great. Like they went glamping, just my wife and daughters, because like that was a bridge too far for me. I wasn't going glamping.
Yeah, I'm out at 10.
Like, what does your husband force you to do? Like, what does your husband ask you to do on a weekend where you're like, no, I don't want to do that, but you go along with it?
So
anyway?
my husband's a big concert guy.
Okay.
And, like, he knows, like, deep cuts to, like, his favorite bands and stuff. And, like, there are certain bands that because none of his friends also like the band. So, like, I'll go see a show with him or something.
So you have to
like
go
that.
see all the dead bands with him.
Pretty much. And it's like, to me, you know, I know maybe, like, 2 songs. And then I don't even know when that song starts and stops.
Play Touchy Gray, do it.
So, I mean, I'm not getting out of it what he's getting out of it.
Okay. So how many times a year do you have to go do that?
I mean, it's mostly in the summer when, like, there's outdoor shows and things like that. I would say, like, I mean, if you really wanted to find one every weekend, you could.
Have you looked him in the face and said, I'm not going?
No, but I will politely suggest see if one of his buddies are available.
I always am. It's weird. Nobody else.
No, if you went to a dead show, you would actually die. Like, I know how you are when there's alcohol and things involved. All right, so hope everybody enjoys their weekend. If you don't have kids, if you do have kids, we'll see you back here Monday morning rubbing sleep out of our eye because we didn't get to do anything or rest at all. We got a dynamite Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. The big news yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
This happened like 10 minutes after you walked out of the door yesterday.
I know. Like, my buddy texted me while I was driving. I'm like, what? What happened?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, there's an alternate universe in which there are massive tributes today, not only all over Western New York, all over America. Because if you are under the age of like 55 years old, you do not understand how important, how famous this man was in America. Not only Hall of Famer, one of the greatest running backs in NFL history, television star, movie star. This man is so famous that he made one of the most famous families in America famous for what he did after he killed his wife. What happened after he killed his wife? That's not debatable.
No, you're right.
Okay. Yeah. I meant, the killing his wife thing, I guess, is debatable based on a court of law. But we don't live in that universe.
Right.
We live in a universe where this man is a monster to a lot of people. So it was really weird to see on social media people trying to reckon the man they wanted him to be.
People put too many thoughts out there, I think.
Yeah, no, you're right. You didn't have to say everything.
You didn't have to say anything.
No, you didn't.
No.
We will get into the death of Orenthal James Simpson just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Plus, it's a Friday. Just because Tommy ain't here don't mean we're not getting dirty.
Plenty of creep.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock, along with a whole bunch more stuff. But first, Kimmy. Maybe you're lucky enough to sit around this weekend and take in one of the biggest golfing events of the year. Mm-hmm. It's the Masters.
Yeah.
Kicked off yesterday. And normally we're not a golf show. In fact, we are not a golf show at all. We don't talk about golf. But it's what two men in the Masters are potentially dealing with this weekend. One man who, after yesterday, looks like he's got a shot to take this. But if this happens, he says no matter how close he is to victory and legend status, he's leaving. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are major moments in your life that you have to be there for. In fact, moments that if you miss them, you will never get them back. Moments that are discussed until the end of time when you're no longer on this planet. And 2 men this weekend are facing potentially having those moments show up at any minute. The problem is they also have something very important going on an international stage while all that is happening. And it creates one hell of a dilemma, not only for these guys, but really, I mean, Kimmy, there are men,
their families.
But there are men listening who have been in much less higher stakes that chose not being there.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time. Timmy running the board. Tommy off visiting his little baby grandson in Chicago just after 6:45. A lot of outdoorsy people live in the greater Rochester area.
Yes.
Talking the hikers, the campers. And to all you folks, there's a warning coming from the state of New York around this time of year. A warning that scared Kimmy so much that you said if you saw this, you'd never go outside again.
Not outside, but I'd stay out of the woods.
Okay, we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The Masters have kicked off in Augusta, Georgia yesterday, and playing in a golf tournament like the Masters, obviously, it's a lot of pressure. But there are a few men who are feeling even more pressure on top of having to compete against the best golfers in the world. Scotty Scheffler, who might actually be the best golfer in the world right now, he had a great bogey-free first round yesterday. He's one shot back of the lead. Also, his wife could go into labor at any moment.
Not great timing.
So according to the story that I saw yesterday, his wife didn't travel. She's 37 weeks pregnant.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She didn't, well, okay, it makes sense. Unless you want your husband to be there for the birth of your child.
Is it the first?
Yeah, but...
that I don't know. Good question.
If it's the first, there'll be another.
What? I was going to say the opposite.
If it's the
first,
second,
you have
then you've
to
already
be
been there. Nah.
You're saying you have to be there for the second, but the first is just like a trial run?
Yeah.
By the way, there's no guarantee there will be a second.
I know.
Things happen.
There's no guarantee there's a first.
Okay, but so that's why you have to be there.
No.
Look.
He's busy.
No, I get why his wife wouldn't travel. I mean, you want to be close to your doctor, your home.
Yes, and it's
maybe like she has family there that wants to come.
And I know there are women screaming at the radio. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to travel at 37 weeks pregnant? I get that.
Too.
I get that.
I mean,
but if
private jet though, probably not so bad.
Okay, no, they're screaming at you, the woman in the room. But, I mean, if you want to guarantee that he is going to be there, you would think he would either just not play in the Masters or you'd be there the entire time just in case. Because, like, this, Kimmy, all women are different. Some women go into labor for like 72 hours.
Right.
Some women get to the hospital and the baby comes
here.
Yeah, while you're there. By the way, Scotty Scheffler, not the only golfer going through this. Another golfer, his name's Sam Burns, is in the exact same boat this week. These two guys, not great at reading calendars, apparently.
Might have shared an Airbnb here in Rochester, New York for the Oak Hill PGA.
Would that have been the time?
All right, when was it here? No.
Math,
It was May.
Is it? May, June,
No, that would be too long.
June, July, August, September, October,
That's
November,
math.
December, January, February.
Yeah.
That's math.
We're in April.
Yeah, we're... It's not February, Timmy.
They don't have the gestation period of an elephant.
It was sometime over the summer.
Yeah. Well, that's math.
Okay, quick sidebar from this conversation. It always boggles my mind when, like, major league athletes, NFL, NHL, NBA, baseball players, have their wives in labor in the middle of the season. I get that things happen. But you would think...
If you're planning.
Yeah, I guess I'm the wrong man to have this discussion. So all that being said, if these guys want to be there for the birth of their children with the Masters going on in the background, they would have to withdraw from the tournament, meaning no matter where they sit on the leaderboard, if they leave, they're done. There's no coming back. It's over.
That kid comes in second place. They're winning. They're not leaving.
Okay, put a pin in that, Timmy. I can see you're very, very upset and very, very hot about this. But, like, you're weighing potential immortality in your sport, in your career, versus being there for the birth of your child.
You're weighing two big moments.
Which one's bigger?
Winning the Masters, always. Ever done it?
I have not.
Anybody can have a kid.
I have not. Well, no, not necessarily.
Well, sure, fine. But
I mean, I would think it would be the birth of your, especially first child.
Okay.
And I also... You're not only there for the birth of your kid, but you're there to make sure your wife's okay. I mean, like, there are a lot of things that can go wrong during childbirth that I'd be concerned about. Like, I'd want to be there just for the birth as a whole.
I mean, just the comfort of being there, even if everything goes smooth, holding your partner's hand, saying, hey,
Right.
we're going to be here. And
Right.
being able to be the first person to hold your child after the doctor, does nothing for you, Timmy. Nothing.
Do it on day 3. You've got a Masters to win.
Okay.
Come on.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The Masters or the birth of your child. Now, both of these men said that they would withdraw from the Masters.
Oh, man.
They're
if
lying.
you say it, no, if you say it, though, you have to follow through.
If they're in
That's
the top
problem.
5, they're not leaving. They're lying.
Well, Timmy brings up a good point here.
Yeah.
That is very easy to say on
Before it
Thursday. Yes.
Without $3 million on the line.
Yeah, so the winner's share is $3.24 million.
Yeah.
And like we said, Scotty Scheffler is a stroke off the lead right now.
That kid won't remember that you weren't there. It will remember the $3 million in the
She'll
pocket.
remember that you weren't there.
Well, then they might not work out, and that's fine.
I would be pissed.
You still got $3 million.
Look, if I bail on the Masters and my marriage falls apart, that's something I'm going to harp on later in life. But you were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
It does not work in their favor that there are two guys in this situation at the same time. Because if one is forced to make a decision, that other one better hope he's not in the same position, because you're going to have to do whatever that other guy does. One is going to make
No,
the other...
one's a winner, one's a loser.
One's
Go have
gonna
fun
make
with your kid, dork.
One's going to make the other one look worse.
Yeah,
if
no,
they
you're right.
decide to leave and the other one
The
doesn't.
winner is going to make everybody look bad.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you this question.
And by the way, there's no guarantee. Even if you're, close to the top, there's no guarantee you win it. So was it worth it if you're in third, fourth place?
I will take 33rd place in the Masters over having a child.
Okay, yeah, but we don't live these lives,
Right.
man.
I
It's
mean,
like
Scotty Scheffler's a big name in golf. He's won other things. You know what I mean? I don't
He
know
won
what
a
his
wife,
resume
kept
is.
her for a little bit.
phone number is 252-WCMF. The voice you're hearing arguing for abandoning your family's terrible time. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Tommy visiting his family, his grandson in Chicago today. We're talking about the Masters this week. Scotty Scheffler might be the best golfer in the world. His wife is 37 weeks pregnant. She could give birth at any time, and he's there. He's a stroke off the lead right now. He's a lot of people's favorites to win this thing. There's another golfer, Sam Burns, who's in the exact same boat. Both men said they would leave the Masters, abandon. If they leave, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over, to be there for the birth of their child. All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let's say you are Scotty Scheffler's wife.
Okay.
And you want him to say before the tournament starts, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Saturday night.
Yeah.
He's got a 2-stroke lead at the Masters. He's got one more round to go.
Yeah.
And you go into labor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want him to come home?
Yes, but and you see this all happen all the time. Like, I've heard this happen before where the guy won't leave whatever he's doing and he'll say, she called me and she said, stay,
Yeah.
like she's good.
Yeah.
I think that's how the situation would go. Like, she might want you to come home, but she knows how it's going to look. So she may be aware of, the whole reputation. So she might say, no, I'm fine, stay. And then I'll see you after.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say that exact scenario happens, right? He's got a 2-stroke lead. She calls him, stay. I want you to see this through. He decides to stay.
Okay.
Are you still judging him as a woman?
No, I mean, if you're in the lead, I get it, but I'm not a mom. So
But I'm
it's easy
saying
for me to say.
he would still have a choice to make, because it's
Yeah.
not just about what his wife wants, it's what he wants,
Yeah.
right? Does he want to be there for the birth of her child?
Yeah.
For their child, right?
Yeah.
Like, because even if she says stay, it comes down to a decision.
It's still his decision.
Exactly,
Yeah,
right?
What he wants to do. I do also have a question. If you're the guy in second, let's say he's leading, got a 2-stroke lead, and he decides I'm gonna go home, see my child.
Yeah.
Does it feel as good if you win if you were the guy in second place?
That's a great question. Well, I mean,
because you kind of won by a potential forfeit.
okay, well, you would never know. You could
wouldn't
always
know.
make
You
the
wouldn't
argument
know.
like I would have overtaken
Yeah.
him in the last
Yeah.
round. But look, I mean, that green jacket is going to be your
Yeah,
jacket forever.
sure.
That $3.24 million, it don't spend any differently because Scotty Scheffler left with the lead, right? No, I'm still taking it.
guess.
Who cares? Who cares? I'm taking it.
I mean, you're going to be happy, but there's always that question.
Well, look, you look at a guy like John Daly, right? Like, John Daly got famous. He was the 9th alternate. It was the Masters, right, Timmy?
I don't recall. I think it's the PGA.
All right, whatever it was.
He was very successful in what you're speaking of.
Yes, but like John Daly doesn't even
He
get
was
a
an accident.
shot. Yes, it was a complete fluke. I mean, is he less of a champion in that tournament because he accidentally played amazing in a tournament he shouldn't have qualified in?
Sure, you still got to get the job done at the end of the day.
Although
Like the guy from Oak Hill last year, Michael Block. That guy's gotten countless opportunities now.
Yeah, but he didn't win, and he did earn his way in.
Yeah, I mean, he got a chance to play, and he showed what he could do.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Golfers Scotty Scheffler and Sam Burns both have their wives ready to give birth at any moment. Despite that, they are at the Masters. If they withdraw to go be there for the birth of their kid, they're done. Mm-hmm. You can't come back. Both of them said they would leave to be there for the birth of their child, but Scheffler is a shot off the lead going into the second day of the Masters, and it's easy to say on Thursday.
Yeah.
What about Saturday? Let's talk to Ryan. He's on CMF. Hey, Ryan, what's up, buddy?
Morning, everyone there. 100% Masters. Stay there.
All right, Ryan, how old are you, buddy?
Here it comes.
I'm asking.
I'll do it for you. I'm 33, married, and no, I don't have children.
Okay.
I'll do that for you there.
No, you're fine. Are you and your wife thinking about having children?
We are, I'll be personal, we are not able to do that.
Okay, that's cool. No, I understand completely. All right. I guess the reason I asked that, Ryan, is because like it's easy for you to say Masters. If your wife was sitting next to you, would you yell Masters into the phone?
So, it's funny you say, so yes, we are both sports people. She played D1 softball. I had I had a weird collegiate career. Long story, not important. We've had this discussion that go finish this. It's when we started dating, got married. We know where our careers take us and what we want to do, and what's more important to you. What's not that's more important. That's a little dark. What's important?
I love how you're even amending your take on that you called the show with,
A little
right?
dark, yeah.
Poor choice of words there, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
What's important at the time there. And it takes me back to a video I've seen online. And Pat, even Kimmy, I'm sure you've seen this. I think it was Ivan Rodriguez who had his wedding on the field because he got called up to the majors because the wedding was supposed to do that. I mean, and I look at that, and we both saw it, and we're like, 100%. Like, this, you only get one call up to the majors, and who knows? You get 3 balls past you, you go 0 for 4 in the lineup, and it's over. This kind of relates to, say you're in the running. This can go. I get it. I nieces, nephews, cousins. I get it. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. But when you sign up for this marriage, for this relationship, you know certain things could happen there, and this is just kind of one of the things there. And you're right.
All right, Ryan, listen, hold on. Let me cut you. I get the logic. But I think that your comparison is a false equivalency with the ball player who had his wedding. Because, like, he still got to have the moment with his wife. Like,
And he's in the Hall of Fame.
The equivalency would be if Scotty
She had the
Scheffler's
baby
wife was giving birth on the 10th fairway while he was, like, taking a 3-wood over
Gotta go check
her.
the tent real quick.
Would the quiet sign still be up while he's getting...
You going to tell a pregnant woman to be quiet? No, quiet sign comes down. Ryan, I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
No, you're good. Have a good rest of the day.
Sorry,
guys.
buddy. I'm late. I got to go. Thanks, Ryan. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, bro. Like,
I mean, it's also easy to say when you're not facing the judgment of the world.
Yeah.
The world, you know what I mean? Like, you can make that decision and, have to face some judgment from family and friends, but you don't have everybody's opinion getting thrown at you from all sides.
I will say this. I feel like golfers do not care about the opinion of the outside world based on scandals we've seen golfers get into. Right?
I think they care.
Tiger Woods?
He cares. He cared.
He cares
at one point.
How
he
many
got
times? I mean, like he's been a part of a ton of scandal. I mean, we're just thinking of the one. And by the way, he's at the Masters, and everyone's cheering for him to perform a miracle this week. All right, I haven't been on hold. We got to move on. I really appreciate the calls. We're coming into outdoor season. Talking camping. We're talking hiking. And because of that, the state of New York wants you to stay safe. This morning, has someone in this room making a statement that if she were to come across this, never again would you ever participate in an outdoor activity?
Nah, I think I'm good.
Is it that dangerous?
Even if it's not, the probability of running into this again, I would think would be pretty high.
We'll tell you what it is and what you should be looking out for next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The weather is getting nicer, which means if you're an outdoor hobby person, you're getting back to what you love. But most importantly, you got to do it safely. And the state wants people to know this is a possibility if you are into these kinds of things. Something that Kimmy says, if it happened to her, you'd never do something like this again for the rest of your life?
I don't think I'm that kind of person anyways, but this would just be like my excuse not to ever do it again.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time. Timmy working the ones and twos over there. Tommy in Chicago visiting his little baby grandson just after 7 o'clock. Just because Tommy's not here doesn't mean we're not going to get creepy.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of creep to go around.
We got a creep cap coming at you. And if you are a parent, it's one of the hardest decisions you will ever make. I'm not talking driving. I'm not talking getting a job. Your kid wants independence. And for some reason, a lot of kids see an event like this as their first real way to get away from mom and dad because their favorite artist is coming somewhere close to town. Oh, it's dicey. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy, the greater Rochester area has a ton of hikers. Mm-hmm. They love camping.
Got a lot of trails.
Yep, and there's some really nice ones. I mean, Letchworth just a little drive away, not including everything in Monroe County. As the weather is getting nicer, you hiking folk, I'm sure, are itching to get back out there. And that's great. You should. But the state of New York wants to make sure you're keeping safe while you're doing it. And this week, the Department of Environmental Conservation is reminding New York hikers and campers that bears are up, they're headed out, and they're hungry. To quote the DEC, bears have depleted their fat reserves throughout the spring and early summer months, which means they will search extensively for easy-to-get, calorie-dense foods. And they don't want you to be the one that attracts them. How likely is it, 252-WCMF, for a camper or a hiker in our area to come across a bear? Because, Kimmy, this is a warning for the whole state of New York, but are there a lot of bears in our area that you could stumble upon in like Letchworth or Mendon Ponds or something like that?
I don't know if there's a lot, but we know like multiple people that have bear sighting stories.
Okay, the bear sighting stories I've heard most of are on trail cams. You know people that have seen bears face to face? Face to face bear.
Yeah, we had a guy in this room once that told us a face to face bear story.
It's true. The very first email I ever received from St. Bonaventure University was bear in the dorms. I still have it.
Bear, wait, stop. Bear in the dorm?
I can pull it up right now.
Okay,
like it got inside?
It says, please do not feed the bear that is currently roaming the dorms.
Oh.
Like they just walked in.
Well, look, in the bear's defense, I did hear everybody gets into Bonaventure.
Couldn't read, so yeah, I got in. I can read now, though.
No, and even if I saw it on a trail cam, I'm like, oh, maybe I'm good.
So you're not even going to that area where that trail cam is if there's a bear
wandering
around?
No, I like to admire nature from afar.
Okay.
I don't need to be in it.
Okay.
And again, like if I ever saw one, or even if somebody told me, like, I was on that trail last week, I saw a bear, I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going to that trail.
You know, I've always been curious with these bear stories because you have two types of people. You have people like Tommy who believe there are 5 bears in the entire state of New York.
Even though there was one literally in Pittsford.
Yes, in almost his backyard. And then there are folks who are legitimately worried that they're going to walk outside into the woods and there's going to be a bear waiting for him to like slap him across the face. Like, what are the odds that at some point, if you're an outdoor person, you will come across a bear? Does like every hiker have a bear experience at some point? Or will 99% of hikers never see a bear in New York State? Because, Kimmy, you said if you came across a bear in a situation like this.
Yeah. I think I'm done hiking.
Ever?
Yeah.
Like, you're not hurt? The bear doesn't attack you?
No, I just think once you see it and you know that that's a possibility, it becomes too real, and I think I would never get that out of my head. I'd always be, like, looking over my shoulder whenever I'm in the woods.
But there are other animals that you come across.
Oh, I know. You're right. And I think I may feel the same if I see, I don't know, a coyote or something like that.
Wait, what's a coyote gonna do?
Yeah, maybe not a coyote.
Okay, rabid coyote. Come on.
trying
I
to
guess
think
coyote
of-
can mess you up. It is the size of a dog.
But I mean, here, the most dangerous thing you're going to see is a bear, right?
We did hear
And
there
do we
may
have
be
wolves? I don't know if we have wolves.
We did hear there may be bobcats. How dangerous are
Oh,
bobcats?
yeah, that would freak me out.
Wasn't there a Chi-Li bobcat?
Nah.
I thought was that a rumor?
Wasn't that a basketball team?
No, that's the Brighton Stratton Bobcats.
No, wasn't that
Well,
something
are
somebody
they
took
scary?
a picture of and we couldn't figure out?
Well,
if
the
it was
DEC
real?
said there were no bobcats, and then there were reports that there actually were bobcats that somehow made their way from Pennsylvania. I don't know. I just find it strange that if you just saw a bear in the distance, where bears live, by the way.
No, I know. I understand.
You're walking into their Wegmans,
Yeah.
right? That you're never going back on a trail again. Timmy, would a bear on a trail be enough for you to never go hiking ever again?
No. I'll do it with him.
What?
You'll hike with the bear?
I would hold hands with the bear. Bears don't scare me.
Shelly writes
They
us.
should.
Why?
They should scare you.
Well, he's got no meat on him. What's a bear gonna get out of him? It's like when you get that chicken wing that's like half of the bone is like sticking out, and there's only like.
Hey, you want to send it back? Send it back.
All right. As we were asking questions about how likely bear sightings are, Shelly writes us on Instagram, down in the Finger Lakes, they will cross the road in front of you. Drive out to Bristol, and you'll see them right in your backyard.
Really? They're that close by?
I mean, this is what Shelly's saying. They do call her Bear Shelly. I mean, and Kimmy, we know people who aren't the least bit scared of stuff like this.
No, I mean, I know people that, these are people that, like, travel to go on hikes and stuff, and, like, they'll tell you all these scary animals they've run into like it's just another day in the woods.
Well, it is.
Well, no, because there's a bear there. It's not just another day in the woods. Like, there's an
They're like,
effing
no,
bear.
as long as you just leave them alone, you should be fine. I'm like, but should be fine or you will be fine.
Like, I love how you guys make fun of me for never wanting to go outside. This is why. You know what?
I don't
You know what doesn't show up in my house?
You don't want to see sunlight. That's different.
Never have the risk of seeing a bear in my basement. No bears in my basement.
Not true. Bears have hands. They can walk downstairs.
Shut up, Timmy. 252 WCMF. The reason you hear Timmy's voice, Tommy visiting his grandson in Chicago, Kimmy in the big girl chair. We're talking about a warning from the Department of Environmental Conservation here in New York saying that the weather's getting nice. Bears are waking up from hibernation. They're hungry, and you need to keep an eye out if you're hiking, if you're camping. Kimmy sees this story and realizes if she ever saw a bear in the wild, she's never hiking ever again. And, you know, we bring up that we know people who aren't the least bit scared of these things. We also know, even if you don't know a person who said, I'm not scared of a bear, other people have no problem with them because the state included another advisory with this advisory.
Do I want to know?
The advisory was never feed or approach bears.
Oh, yeah, that's fair point.
So, fun fact, it's actually illegal to do that in the state of New York. Did you know
feed
that?
a bear?
Or, I guess, get near a bear.
Oh.
And it's also good policy because it keeps you from getting your face ripped off. But, Kimmy, if they had to add that warning to the other warning, it means enough people have done it where they have to come out and say something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which
this isn't like, don't let the bear get into your food supply. This is do not feed the bear.
Yeah, no, this is don't walk up to a bear with food and offer food to the bear.
Like, I could see, because, like, there are people with, like, you know, cabins and homes in the woods. I wonder if, like, those are the people they're talking to. Like, they leave food out for the bears, which I don't know, again, why you would do that.
You know, the way that the warning was written, it makes it sound like people had, like, food in their hands.
And they, like, walk up to it.
Well, yes, because it says in the warning that when you do stuff like this, it makes the bear less wild and makes them more comfortable around people, which raises the risk of other people getting attacked, which I mean, what world?
It doesn't surprise me that people would try to feed a bear. I mean, there are people that try to feed all sorts of dangerous wild animals. They think like they're doing a kind thing for it.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. We're talking bears. It's bear talk, hike talk, camp talk. Kimmy says if she saw a bear on a hike, she's never going on a hike again. And we're trying to figure out how common bear sightings are for folks that do this outdoor stuff. Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Pat. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So, a guy that was doing some work at my house, putting in windows, had a video of a black bear on the deck of his house, right at the sliding glass door, eating the food on the picnic table they were going to have for lunch. It's right down in Springwater too. He's just standing there filming it in his kitchen.
Oh my God.
It was bizarre.
Here's what a puss I am. I would be afraid to even stand near the glass that the bear is on the other side. Because, like, what if the bear freaks out? I don't know what bears do, Joe.
I'm moving. That's all there is. I got to move. I can't stay there.
So you're with Kimmy. Like, just the sight of a bear would get you out of that spot.
I would get a little freaked out, not going to lie.
Okay.
And was it 4 or 5 years ago, they had a video of a black bear swimming in Honeywell Lake and came out
I remember
up the bank onto somebody's cottage property, and they all ran in the house, and he just kind of wandered through.
Joe, thanks for making everyone feel a little bit more uneasy. I appreciate that. Have a good rest of the day.
Like, it always amazes me when people live in places where, like, those kind of dangerous animals are common and they just get used to it. Like there are certain things like I don't think I could ever get used to that.
Well, I'm trying to think of what. Like, give me an example.
So for instance, I had a friend that lived in Las Vegas.
Okay.
And scorpions are a thing there.
Hey.
She's like, sometimes you find them like in your house, and I'm like, sometimes like that's a normal thing that can happen.
Can scorpions kill you?
I don't know.
Timmy,
I thought they could. I thought
Timmy-
they were really poisonous.
Yes, they're very poisonous if they get you, but they don't get anybody.
Okay, can I pause for a second?
Yes.
And Timmy, I do appreciate you getting up early and helping us out with Tommy in Chicago. How do you have scorpion knowledge?
Mortal Kombat.
Shut up. Oh my God.
No, but like just stuff like snakes. I'm sure people in Florida have stories about those animals, but like I just don't think I could live in a place where that could end up in my house.
Okay, you bring up a good point. Like when it comes to being outside, upstate New York seems like one of the safest places in America because Florida has the gators and the poisonous snakes. You got poisonous snakes out in desert areas in California. You have things like mountain lions.
Yeah.
Does Pennsylvania still have mountain lions?
I mean, they could. I
It's
don't know. Idea.
Just Nittany.
That's Penn State's named after the Nittany lion. Okay.
They might.
Because I guess a mountain lion would scare me more than a bear. Seems like more of a predator.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I
with you.
say that with no knowledge of how this works.
Well, like also bears are just kind of like they look like big, dumb, and cute. So maybe that's why you have that idea of a mountain lion over a bear.
Yeah, there's no teddy lions that your kid's sleeping with at night, right?
No.
252 WCMF will take one more call with this warning from the DEC here in the state of New York. Watch out for bears. They're waking up from hibernation. If you're hiking, camping, give you a whole bunch of warnings. Kimmy says if she saw a bear on a hike, she's never hiking ever again. Mark's going to wrap it up. Hey, Mark, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, good morning, crew.
Hey.
So a few years ago, it was 4th of July. It was like 10 o'clock at night. I used to do HVAC. So I get called out to fix an air conditioner. So I get there, and the guy says, "Hey, I'm going to come out with my gun with you and watch over you while you're working." This is in Victor, by the way. And I go, I made a joke, like, "Oh, okay, yeah." He goes, "No, really." He goes, "There was a bear in the bird feeder about 10 minutes ago." And I look over, the bird feeder is like 10 feet from the air conditioner.
Oh my
so
God.
this guy literally stood with his back to me with a shotgun while I fixed his air conditioner.
Mark, he couldn't have rescheduled the air conditioning appointment?
I know, right? 10 o'clock at night, and he wants it. Yeah, so I had to drive from Chili all the way up to Victor to fix an air conditioner at 10 o'clock at night.
I would
On
also
4th
be
of July.
I would also be scared. Mo, that makes you a hard worker, Mark, and everyone knows that listens to the show. I would also be scared this was his way of like murdering me with nobody
Yeah, that
finding
whole
out.
situation
right?
is very sketchy.
We're in the dark, middle
Yeah.
of nowhere. I'm gonna hold my shotgun. Yeah, just bend over and fix that air conditioner.
It was pretty unusual. First time it's ever happened to me, and I've been on a million calls. But yeah,
Well, Mark, I'm
It
glad
was
you
a
didn't
crazy
get
one.
shot or eaten by a bear,
Yeah.
buddy.
thanks.
You got it. Mark, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, all right.
So there are bears in Victor.
I'm going home. I don't care.
Well, you're already out there at that point.
Don't care. Going home. If you need a shotgun for me to
Also-
do my job, I'm going home.
Also, could you move the bird feeder, man? Like, that's also a solution.
Good call. That's a great call, Kimmy. All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the call. Just because Tommy's not here doesn't mean we're not going to do what we normally do. It is Friday. You know what that means, Kimmy?
I believe we're gonna creep it out. Do we still do that?
Right? You're on the show every day. We got a creep cap coming from Tommy, all the disgusting things he said all week long. And, there's milestones when you're a kid that help you reach adulthood. You get a driver's license. You get your first job. You graduate high school. And those are all certain ages. Like, we know what those ages are. There are other things that aren't so clear. And this is definitely one of them. Because with summer coming around the corner, if you have teenage kids, you may have them up your you-know-what to go to one of these major events with their friends. And you may have even gone to one of these things when you were their age back in the day. But
Yes.
for some reason, now feels different. And I don't know why. But we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Believe it or not, we are right around the corner from concert season. And as excited as people are to see their favorite artists or groups this summer at CMAC or Darien Lake or wherever, there's another group of people who are dreading concert season, Kimmy. Mm-hmm. Parents whose kids want to go to a concert. Because there isn't really a rule as to when that first concert should show up in a kid's life. And their idea of what's okay is much different than what your idea is. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time, Timmy, working the board for us this morning. Thanks for getting up, buddy. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Tommy visiting his little baby boy grandson in Chicago today. But just because he's gone doesn't mean we don't have a vault of creep from this week.
Never ending.
And we do what we do here in the break room. We keep moving forward. So, with that being said, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long while he's on a plane to Chicago, sit back and enjoy the Creep Cap on CMF. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
The United States Department of Agriculture has 1.5 billion pounds of cheese stashed in caves in Missouri.
Wait, your mom lives in Missouri? It's one cheesy cave.
I got that. No, I'm saying he goes, like...
I like me some lemon.
This meat tastes meaty. Well,
So drag your mother into this. So they're basically like the worst fish you could eat.
Catfish is so good.
Anywhere.
It's
Because
so good.
But they're bottom feeders.
But it's so good.
Like your mama.
3 in a row?
I got a nice little setup going. I just got into the Gusher game.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm a big time Gusher guy.
Where can I find this?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room.
Oh, wait, so it's Gushers, but it's your own Gushers. What do you call them?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old-Timey Gushers in Your Mouth.
That's still Gushers.
She got hitched in West Virginia and them squirt pennies, and she ain't too skinny. She lost weight in all the wrong places. Her big ass still needs wide spaces.
Well, because you were talking about taints and Monroe, the taint of Monroe.
Isn't that your mom?
Shut up. It doesn't make sense. No. James, thanks for the call.
Taint hair, get your Monroe taint hair.
Shut up.
Fresh taint. Can't enjoy Monroe everywhere with some fresh taint.
Every time you leave the room to go to the bathroom, I take my penis hand and I touch your phone. You got my penis all over your phone.
But you touch the hand sanitizer.
I did the same thing to your mom last night.
Okay, well, don't get mad at
me. I
guess
we're even. You can't put it in Florida. Melted scuzz-ass swamp cheese. That would be your mom.
But like it also
Here comes yummy mommy at the pool party.
Nebula is an enormous cloud of dust and gas occupying the space between stars and acting as a nursery for new stars.
Mom! It's so good to be a creep.
My poor mother.
Tough week for your mom.
Nice lady.
Yeah.
It's Creep Cap on CMF. If you have a teenager, you may be in the same spot that I'm in right now. Because my oldest, she's 13, is begging me to let her go to a concert with her friends this summer. And it all started back a few months ago, Kimmy. Drake, the rapper.
Yep.
You're familiar. He was coming to KeyBank Center in Buffalo. And for some reason, my
big show.
Yeah, he was huge show. Yeah. 2 shows, actually, back to back. For some reason, my 13-year-old got it in her head that not only was I going to pay for her ticket to go to see Drake, but I was going to drive her to Buffalo with her friends, drop her off.
We'll wait outside, limo driver.
Yes, and then wait in the parking lot until she was done with the concert. And there was absolutely no way that was happening. And it led to some teenage girl drama. Mm-hmm. But now, since she's decided that she's old enough and mature enough to handle this, she keeps texting me concerts that she wants to go to all over the Northeast, thinking that, like, we're going to go to
okay, she's going to Toronto.
And I keep trying to tell my daughter, this is not happening. You're not old enough. You're going to have to wait. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's really 2 debates to be had here. One, the age for your first concert if your parents go with you. And I don't know how much you could take an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid, right, if you're there with them.
That's to a concert, That's not uncommon.
The age of your first alone concert. Kimmy, do you remember how old you were when you went to your first alone concert?
Gosh, I'm trying to think of what my first alone concert was. Maybe I was like 16 or 17. Because we could drive at the time.
Oh, so your parents never dropped you off at a concert?
Not that I remember without another parent being there.
Okay. Who was your first alone concert?
I think it was a time when like like Dave Matthews was super big. I think it was an OAR concert.
Oh my God! What a
Yeah.
2000s dork.
Yeah.
Wait, did your parents know what OAR was?
They had no idea.
Okay, so they had no idea there was a giant cloud of smoke
Yeah,
over your
yeah,
head at 16. Okay, Timmy, who was your first alone concert?
Newfound Glory and Good Charlotte.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Nope. Now that you say it, I was
At the same one? That's
no,
cool.
I was 13 or 14. And remember when they had those Warped tours?
You went to Warped Tour at 13 by yourself?
So my friend's older sister, who was probably like 19 or 20 at the time, drove like 4 of us to Warped Tour, and that was my first alone concert experience. That was an all day thing.
Okay, how old were you at Newfound Glory?
13-ish.
All right, so 13 seems to be a consensus. Then wait, am I a bad father because I'm not letting my 13-year-old go by herself?
Yes.
Shut up, Timmy.
I mean,
Why'd you ask?
It is a form of independence, but I would almost think that's so uncommon now just because of the price of tickets to go to these things.
All
I
right.
think that keeps a lot of like big groups of kids
True.
from going.
Is she buying?
No, she wants me to buy the ticket.
Then she's
Right.
out.
Okay, but no kid can afford.
Right.
Can't go then.
Okay. I mean, look, that's a good policy. That's a really good policy to have. You know, it's funny, if you look at the two options here of like taking your teenager to a concert that they want to go to versus dropping them off. I know there are parents listening who have taken their kids to see their favorite artists. No dad, especially, wants any part of that scene. Because it's one thing to like respect Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever for the shows they put on. It's another to sit there for 3 hours and have to live that show surrounded by 60,000 screaming 13 to 30-year-old women. And I sure as hell was not going to be that guy responsible for 4 teenage girls at a Drake concert in Buffalo.
Yeah, but you know what? You were in a good spot because the decision was yours. But if there was another parent willing to do that, would you have felt comfortable sending your daughter off with a group of girls and a mom or a dad?
I think it depends on the parent. Because there are some parents I can think of, like, yeah, no, I trust them. There's others who I know, and I like these people.
Yeah.
Good people. I think they're good parents. I also see them as the folks who be like, go have fun, guys, and I don't want that to happen.
Right, because it seems like in this situation, like, if you said no, nobody was going.
Yeah. Look, I mean, is it a mom job to take daughters to concerts? It's always a mom job, right?
Yeah, I as a girl growing up, it was always a mom taking us, but I don't know if it's different for boys. Like, does dad go?
Yeah, I guess, does it come down to the type of music?
Yeah, I would think because, like, I'm trying to think. When Metallica was in town last, I knew a guy that took his teenage son.
Okay. But
I mean that's a teenager.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. My 13-year-old has been begging me to let her go to a concert by herself with her friends, and it's just not going to happen. I don't think she's old enough. It makes me scared. And it's like a whole set of issues when you drop your kid off for the first time at a concert. You have to trust your kid's going to be safe. You have to trust that the people in the show are going to be safe. Can't do that. You have to believe that your kid won't succumb to the peer pressure of what could be going on in that concert. I mean, how many folks had their first experiences with a list of different substances at concerts when they were teenagers? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that's going to be a.
You can't live through protection of your own faults, though.
What the hell did you think you were saying there?
You made mistakes that you are now protecting your child from.
Yes, that's what you do as a parent.
No, let them learn.
Oh, I love how a man in his 30s with no child is going to tell me how to be a father.
Yes.
Please go on, Timmy.
Well, I
will.
guess my question is to build on Timmy's point. Do you think that you're going to prevent that from happening?
If she can't,
like for like the rest of her life.
I
mean, not the
understand.
rest of her life, but until she leaves the house.
Yes, I understand there are things that will eventually happen. Right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to, at 13.
Oh, 13's young. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Be the one that's like, here we go. Like,
Right.
enjoy yourself. Look, I know what I was like as a 13-year-old
Yeah.
kid by myself. My daughter is half me. You know what I mean? I don't know what's genetic and what's not.
Well, does it also depend on the type of concert she's going to?
I can't think of an artist that she would want to see where I'd be like comfortable. She don't want to go to the Kids Bop tour. She doesn't want to go to like Jars of Clay.
Well, I mean, let's say she was lucky enough to, like, Taylor Swift's in town. Like, would you feel comfortable sending her and her friends to a Taylor Swift concert if it was affordable for everybody?
I get at 13.
I mean, that concert is like made for her and her friends.
I guess maybe, but there's still so many people.
Yeah.
Maybe am I too much of a like helicopter dad?
I don't know. I do think it's different now than it was when we were kids. I just think parents are more aware of what happens at these places.
Okay, I will say this. Every generation says it's different now than when we were kids. And a lot of that is code word for I'm getting older and becoming more scared of the world.
No, but wouldn't you agree though that you as a parent are much more aware of what could happen than your parents were?
I'd like to think so.
Okay.
But my parents also thought that.
But they let you go.
But because they thought they were making the right choice.
Okay.
And look, maybe my parents did. Maybe I'm being this dad that's like going to dress their daughters in denim skirts and like something to cover their head every day.
I would think, though, you know more about your kids' music than, like, my parents, if I told them I was going to a concert, they would have no idea who I was talking about, what kind of music it was.
I am starting to find that I don't know.
Really?
I know Taylor Swift, I know Beyonce, I know Drake.
There are also a lot of artists right now where you could go to their concert and enjoy it just as much as your daughters.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Because, like, I saw that when my friends and I went to the Beyonce concert, there were, like, younger girls there as well as people in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah, no, I can handle Beyonce.
Yeah.
I think I would enjoy a Beyonce show. But, like, can I give you an example?
Yeah.
My daughter, when she's, like, brushing her teeth or getting ready, whatever, will just blast music as high as it goes out of the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought for, like, 2 years that Bad Bunny was a girl.
Okay.
Why would I know what a Bad Bunny is?
Yeah.
I know I sound like the oldest man on the planet.
There's always going to be artists you don't know, I guess.
Why
but
would
I
you
would
be
think
a dude
like,
and call yourself? I just assume Bunny is a feminine thing. That's what I assume.
I don't know.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. I'm sorry. I'm rambling as an overprotective father. Let's talk to Jessica. Hey, Jessica. How's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
So I would let my daughter go, but that's because my daughter's into the same music that I'm into, so I feel comfortable what she's going to listen to. Like, she likes Metallica, Shinedown, Papa Roach. Like,
okay. So would you let her go alone, or you're saying you would go with her?
I would let her go with a group of friends, yes.
Okay, and how old is she?
13.
Oh, Metallica at 13
That's an
by
interesting,
yourself?
yeah, because it's not a show where you're probably going to see a bunch of 13-year-old girls there. Like, that'd be a pretty unique audience, I guess.
The experiences that we've experienced at those concerts is you see a group of kids there, those rockers protect those kids.
Okay, well, those rockers protect those kids as long as you're around a good set of rockers, Jessica. Because, I mean, there's fuel, there's fire, there's that which you desire. And all it takes is one wrong guy, right, to be like, ugh. I don't know. I mean, Jessica, I like that you have faith in the scene. I appreciate that.
I mean, that crowd, too, is a little older now. Maybe that is that. Yeah. Why maybe people might feel more comfortable. Like, it's not a bunch of kids running around. It's probably people in their like 35 and up.
But here's the thing, Jessica. If your 13-year-old wants to go to those shows, there's plenty of 15, 20, 25, 30-year-old guys and gals that want to go to that show too. I think you're underestimating how young the crowd could be.
I'm picturing an older crowd.
But you also have to put a little bit of trust in your kid that you taught him well.
No, I get that. And that's why I don't do that, because I don't know if I taught them well, Jessica.
That is a very terrible thing to say.
Okay, Jessica.
That just questions your parents.
Jessica. I think that every parent should question themselves. Like, I am smart enough to know how dumb I am. Jessica, right? You don't have moments as a parent where you're like, am I doing this right?
When I see my kid acting like my husband and I'm like, yep, I did this right.
Okay. See, I think the opposite, but thank you for the call.
That might actually scare some parents.
Jessica, have a good rest of the day. Thank you. Nope. Even that call reinforces.
Like, if I started acting like my dad, I don't know if I would have made it to 35 years old.
And you would have looked terrible with that mustache.
100%.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. My 13-year-old daughter is begging me to let her go with her friends alone to concerts all the time now. Any concert that shows up. She thought I was going to drive her to Buffalo with her friends.
Yeah.
Pay for a ticket to Drake. Let her go by herself with her friends and wait in the parking lot. Bryson's on CMF. Hey, Bryson, what's up, buddy?
Not too much. So I guess it's going to, in my opinion, it does depend on the type of concert that you're going to.
Okay, what concert would you feel comfortable letting a 13-year-old go to?
It's mainly, I went to, punk shows as a kid, between high school and middle school.
Okay.
Those were a little bit safer. Granted, there's always the mosh pit incident where someone can get hurt.
The mosh pit
incident. But, as long as you... Yeah, where, people are flying around punching each other.
Sure.
As long as you teach your kid to avoid those, it should be fine. I never really saw a ton of people just doing drugs and all that. But if it was electronic music, different story. I'd probably very much be no, not sending my kid to that.
All right, Daft Punk out. Bryson, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Like, as I'm going through the genres of music where I'd feel comfortable letting my 13-year-old go, short of Taylor Swift, I can't think of another one. Like, country's supposed to be wholesome. Those country shows are
a lot of beer getting thrown around.
It's bedlam. It's bedlam out there. Like, I don't think I'd feel comfortable with country. I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable with, like, any of the music she listens to.
Okay.
I don't think I'd feel comfortable with Metallica or anything. Like, I don't.
Yeah, because even those, like, punk shows he was talking about, like, I knew people that lost shoes, lost, like, they got, like, wrapped up in the crowd and we lost them for a while.
Well, I mean, if they're losing a shoes, like, it's a best case, worst scenario.
I'm thinking back, and, like, most of those concerts that I went to without my parents, for some reason, all of our parents put so much trust in older siblings.
Yep.
Like, I was going to these concerts with people I thought were adults at the time, but again, they had to be like, they weren't even 21 yet, most of them. And our parents like, oh yeah, they're with so-and-so. She's responsible. She could drive them to and from. And like, they would literally just drop us off and ignore us the whole time because they didn't want to be with their younger sibling and their friends.
No, it's a good point. Tweets are coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room talking about parentless concerts. Andrea writes, my first parentless concert was Bryan Adams at the War Memorial in 1985 when I was 15. It was also my first contact high. I would let my 13-year-old go to a Bryan Adams concert right now. No problem. Stella, if you're listening, you can go see Bryan Adams. Put him on Spotify and see if you like him. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. I appreciate the dads. I do. Mm-hmm. I'm more interested in what the moms have to say. Because I was surprised that first caller... Yeah, I let her go, 13. Michelle's on CMF. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good, Michelle.
I couldn't do it. I could not allow my child to go see a concert by themselves with a bunch of friends. I couldn't do it.
Okay, so do you have kids right now, Michelle?
I do. I have a 25-year-old and a 23-year-old.
Okay, what age did you allow them to go to their first alone concert?
I didn't.
So it never happened.
Until they were adults.
No, they're still locked in the basement right now.
That's right. You gotta watch. Hey, you always care about your kids. You know that you're dad.
So did they ever ask to go?
It's just that even now, because there's so much stupid stuff that goes on at the concerts, I would still worry.
Would they ask for permission right now? Or are they just gonna go?
Hey, Mom.
They're grown adults. They can go, but I would still worry because of all the, the shootings that could happen or the fights or. It's just a parent thing, but I wouldn't allow my 13-year-old to go to a concert by himself.
Was there an age they got to where they started to ask?
Actually they didn't. They weren't into the concerts and stuff. They were more into cars and working on cars and computers and stuff.
Okay.
They never went to the concerts.
All right, so but you lucked out, Michelle. You got a couple of nerds. That's great for you.
No
I wish
pushback. Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm glad I have those because you know what? They're good boys.
I'm with you. Michelle, you sound like you raised a couple of good boys. And I hope one day I can be the parent that you are, Michelle.
You are.
Well, no, I mean, eventually my kid's going to go to an alone concert, so I'm not as good as you are.
Well, they'll be older, though.
Okay.
But I still wouldn't allow my 13-year-old to go to a concert by themselves. It's too dangerous nowadays.
All right, Michelle, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. See, that call makes me want to let my 13-year-old go.
Yeah, that's
I was also going to say... I wonder how many parents have that same take, but their kids did go to concerts alone.
Yeah, without them knowing.
What I mean?
Yeah, no,
like,
you're right.
I guess you don't know everything. And I'm not saying that's Michelle's kids, but I do think that there are parents naive to the fact that, oh, yeah, my kid never asked, probably because they went without you knowing.
Yeah. I mean, it's as simple enough as a sleepover at somebody's house, and then boom, you're gone. All right, everybody, I hope we got to take a break. I'm sorry, we have to get to the most important, shocking.
Biggest news.
Yeah, biggest, thank you. That's what I'm looking for yesterday, because as soon as we got off the air, this NFL legend and notorious human being passed away. And Kimmy, I think you put it perfectly. You don't have to say everything you're thinking out loud about OJ Simpson.
Take it in.
Yeah.
And nobody asked for your thoughts.
And going further, just because somebody accomplished something in one realm doesn't mean you have to appreciate what they did if they did something else that was despicable. And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Thank you. In some alternate universe today, there would be massive tributes all over Western New York. Bills fans would be piling into the stadium this weekend for a memorial. All over the U.S., there would be in memoriam NFL Hall of Famer, Hollywood star presentations. But the way things are where we live today, it's strange. Because by the definition in a court of law, he's not guilty. And he's arguably the most important Buffalo Bill in the franchise's history. Also, he might be one of the most infamous monsters of the last 5 decades in this country. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible Time Timmy working the board for us this morning. Tommy is on a plane to Chicago visiting his little baby grandson. And he's going to regret not being here for this discussion today.
I know. I wonder if he saw this. And
of course he saw it. He's always watching
but I'm saying, I wonder if he saw this and was like, maybe I'll skip my trip.
Yesterday, OJ Simpson died at the age of 76. Cancer, according to his family. And depending on your age, there are really 3 kinds of O.J. Simpsons you know. If you're over 60, he's the juice. The best player in the NFL, first ever Buffalo Bill elected to the Hall of Fame, a sports icon who transitioned into television and movies and became a thread of everything that was public consciousness. The guy
Commercials.
Yes, everywhere. Everywhere. You could not get away from O.J. Simpson. If you're like 35 to 55, O.J. Simpson is a monster. A man who, you may believe, killed 2 people and got away with murder. Used his money to buy his way out of a lifetime in jail and did it all with a big smile on his face. And if you're 30 and younger, you know O.J. Simpson most likely as a punchline. Sure, you knew he was accused of murder, but he made those funny social media videos. He just didn't care. Did not care. And all of that made the reaction yesterday very strange. Because, Kimmy, there were 3 different types of people saying 3 very different things about O.J. Simpson. And I ask you, Kimmy, when you hear the name O.J. Simpson, your first thought is what?
White Bronco.
Okay.
I mean, like that's, and even I was really so young that I don't have a memory of that even. So like all I know of OJ is OJ in jail.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that's, I know the story. I know, about the trial, but there were so many things that I learned from watching, what was it? It was a 30 for 30 series, right?
Yep.
Because I had no idea what he was viewed as before then. And I mean, I guess I can get where the defense comes from of him if you grew up loving him.
Okay, let's put a pin in that.
Saying?
Let's put a pin in that. Okay, we'll go down that road. Timmy, you're around the same age as Kimmy. Your first thought when you hear O.J. Simpson is?
I remember the verdict being announced in our like the over the PA in school. Like I remember getting home from school, like knowing that there was a verdict announced, and then getting to school the next day, and they like talked about it publicly to 8-year-olds.
So for you again with Kimmy, it's all murder trial.
That's my first memory of him.
Okay.
I know what he did before.
Obviously,
but
okay, but
I know him as guy who got away with something he didn't do.
Okay, it is hard for some people, younger folks especially, to wrap their heads around how famous O.J. Simpson was. He was on NBC covering the NFL every weekend after he retired. He was in major Hollywood movies. He was on television shows all the time. Like you said, Kimmy, he was in some of the most famous commercials in American history. For younger folks that are listening, if you're under 30 years old, it would be like right now if Peyton Manning was accused of killing his wife and a friend of hers. It's almost exactly the same when it comes to level of fame. Think about what would happen in this world if tomorrow Peyton Manning was arrested for killing his ex-wife and her friend. O.J. Simpson was so famous. Without O.J. in the murder trial, no one would have any idea who Kim Kardashian and her family were. And that's a straight up fact.
Kardashian wouldn't be a well-known name.
Yes, at all. So her dad, Robert Kardashian, was one of his dream team of lawyers. And that made him a household name, which then made his wife a household name, which then ended up making the family a household name. O.J. may have murdered 2 people and made the Kardashians a thing, which is a ton of evil from one man.
That's a lot to put out there.
But something you just touched on a second ago as we talk about O.J. Simpson dying yesterday. Something that was surprising to me was the amount of people who wanted to talk about how complicated...
They wanted to separate they wanted to put him in 2 different categories.
Yes. He's one of the best NFL players of all time, and he may have also murdered 2 people in the highest profile murder case we've ever seen. There was a story in the Buffalo News yesterday, and it was written very strange, that essentially said it's okay to love OJ the football player and separate him from OJ the human being.
How do you do that, though?
I mean, there are people that do. There are people that still wear OJ jerseys to the stadium.
You can respect the man's career, but you can also be like, I am no longer in support of him. Like, hell of a career. See ya, bad guy.
Can I ask? Because, look, I'm not going to judge you if you feel that way. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Who am I to tell you how to feel? But why do people feel like they have to separate those two things? Right? Like, why do you have to justify someone?
Guilt.
It starts out with, he may have been a bad person, but... And then insert all these things that, you applaud him for, I guess. But again, like, you don't have to say that out loud.
I mean, and that's what I mean. Like that doesn't have to be said. Yeah. And the amount of people that were doing that yesterday, it was a little surprising to me. Because, like, I don't get how after the last 30 years, folks still have mixed feelings about OJ Simpson. Like 3 decades.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, are those the same people, though, that don't believe that he did it? Because I guess then if you truly feel like he didn't do it, then sure, I guess defending the guy's career and saying how great he was isn't a problem for you.
Yeah, I would love to see a poll in America. The amount of Americans 30 years later who believe whether or not he did it.
Right.
Because you're right, no, there are people that believe he didn't do it. And to be fair, I mean, in a court of law, he was acquitted. He was found liable for the deaths of those people in a civil case afterwards. That did happen. He did jail time for stealing, taking back his own memorabilia in an armed robbery. But
unless you just really can't wrap your head around this person that you knew and loved, and, well, the guy I know would never do that.
No,
kind of thing.
But it's been 30 years. Like, all right, let me compare it like this. Again, we're talking about OJ Simpson, dies yesterday at 76 years old, and it was very strange on social media watching people. How do I put this?
Process that information.
Yes, the great football player and movie star and TV star and personality that he was versus what he ends up becoming that we watch happen. Right, like. I know Von Miller was not accused of murder, right? But he has accusations last year that were horrifying to people, right? I understand in the weeks, months, whatever, afterwards, trying to comprehend where you come down there. I don't understand 30 years later people still being like,
But that's like, a debate that's never ended for some people. And it is weird how passionate people get about it, too, because this is somebody that you don't know. I mean, you don't have a personal relationship with this person.
Well, but Kimmy, you say that, but if let's use Josh Allen as a comparison. People feel like they know Josh Allen. He shows his personality.
They do, but do you feel like you know him well enough to stand by him through something that controversial?
There are lots of people that do.
And you want to put your name on it. And I think when something like this happens, when a controversial death happens, you can just say, I don't have any thoughts at this time.
Well, you don't even have to say that. You can just not pick up the phone. And I'm with you there. I feel uncomfortable having this conversation. But, you ask separating the good. You don't want to know if Josh Allen was accused of something horrible, how many people would immediately come to his defense?
No, I believe that.
I mean, that's what I mean.
I believe that.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Heather. Hey, Heather, you're on CMF. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to tell you that spending this time on the air talking about this loser guy is killing me right now. Killing me, man.
Why is that?
Because he was the biggest loser. That guy schmoozed so many people. I don't care if you're talented. It just shows you how this society of athletes can, be awesome. But guess what? He's a loser.
Well, all right, hold on. Let's talk this out, Heather. Let's talk this out. Because, look, I don't disagree with some of the points you're making here.
And I think a lot of people feel like Heather. Like, they're almost upset that it's getting any attention.
Sure, but here's the thing.
No.
I do... Hold on.
Don't even try to break it down, man.
No, Heather, hold on. I'm trying to examine the human experience here, not OJ Simpson. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Because I will say this. I do think that every single person on this planet has a fondness for someone that did something terrible because of the art that they created, because of the policies that they had as a politician, because of what they did performing on a field. I don't think there is a single person that can honestly say, once they've done something terrible, I'm done with them. And Heather, I think that includes you. I think there is someone, whether or not you could think about them right now, that you would be willing to say, yeah, but if somebody brought up something terrible.
Well, here's what I have to say about that. This guy used his talent to totally schmooze people to be famous. Okay?
Yes, no, Heather, I understand what you're saying there. I get it. What I'm saying is, Heather, stop for a second. I am with you.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing with you.
No, I feel the same way about OJ Simpson. I think OJ Simpson's a terrible human being. I'm surprised that this many people went to bat for him. Heather, who is that person in your life that you love that has been accused of something terrible that you'll go, yeah, but? Because you have one. You do have one.
No, I don't.
Are you a Beatles fan?
No.
Okay, Michael Jackson.
Hell no.
Okay, so everybody in your life, everybody that you've ever admired is 100% squeaky clean and hasn't been accused of something terrible.
Or like a movie that you love that somebody's in, or, you know.
Are you kidding me? You're comparing that to O.J. Simpson, who killed those people terribly and then sat there.
Okay, well, hold on. Heather, I'm going to let you go because I don't think we're talking the same language here, but I appreciate the call. Thank you.
We're not comparing.
You understand what I'm saying here, right?
Right.
Look, I'm saying all of it. All of it. The justification in loving somebody that has this awful thing in their past. It's bad, and we shouldn't do it. And it's easy to look at O.J. Simpson and go, that guy's a monster, because I feel that way. But I can't sit here and say there aren't people who, when they get brought up, I'd go, yeah, but, and I don't want to be that person.
I mean, most of the things that you are entertained by has some sort of dark past to it. Whether it's the people that were involved or something terrible that happened in the industry. Like most of those things that you're entertained by, you can point to some kind of controversy and say, you shouldn't enjoy this because this person was involved.
But see, in making that statement, we're now arguing for the people that were like, well, he was a great football player, which I don't want to do.
Oh, no, my point is I'm pointing it out that I think that this is a situation in a lot of different areas, I guess.
Yeah. It's weird. It's a very weird human experience. What you're willing to look past because...
I did see something on the internet that somebody notable to us said, today I'm remembering him as the football player.
Who's that? Okay, never mind. Forget it. 252 WCMF. The voice you hear, Terrible Time Timmy working the board for us this morning. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Tommy visiting his grandson in Chicago. Talking about the death of O.J. Simpson and how weird it was to watch everyone process it. Troy's on CMF. Hey, Troy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
So I'm just sitting here listening. And you guys are saying, anyone under the age of 30 doesn't know who OJ is, right?
No.
Just have different memories.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. But you can't just ignore the fact that he murdered some people.
Okay, let's stop again. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, Troy, stop. Hold on. The guy was acquitted in a court of law. He was found liable, responsible for their deaths. I think he killed two people. If you want my personal opinion, I think he killed two people. But you can't just be, he just murdered a bunch of people, Troy. It's not how this country works.
Okay.
But you were saying.
But it's like, we all have those people where, they were a popular influence and they did something, pretty bad. And you got to look at it like, you don't still like him as a person for that. Like, it's a horrible thing. I'm not going to still sit here and be like, oh, he was a great football player. No, you just ignore the fact. I don't know why there'd be an argument still.
No, I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around, Troy, is why we still choose to defend people like that. Because you don't have to.
People feel like they have to give credit.
Yeah, it's not even defend. You're right. It's the credit. You're absolutely right.
I have to give this person credit because they did this. But you don't. I think, it's okay to say that, that other thing they did negates all that.
Yeah,
is that
you
fair?
put it the perfect way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, I'll put it like this, Troy. And Troy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'll put it like this. Maybe this is the clearer way to put it.
You don't have to give that credit.
The good of being an athlete or an actor or a musician doesn't come close to the horrible things they could have done bad to other people. Isn't it okay to say this is a bad person?
Without having to do the qualifiers.
You got it.
Yeah.
And I say that knowing I am a hypocrite, because I'm sure there is someone can bring up that there is an album I listen to or a movie I watch or a show that I enjoyed that would have that person in it, and I'd go, well, yeah, but, you know. All right, let's take one more call, 252-WCMF. Gary's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Gary, what's up, brother?
Hey, good morning.
Yo.
Yeah, I have kind of a unique take on the whole OJ Simpson trial.
Can't wait.
Oh, no.
I've worked in a field involving chemistry for years, which involved the use of rubber gloves.
Okay.
And when the lawyer there had him put on the rubber glove on the pretense of he didn't want to get his DNA in the leather glove. Well, once you put that rubber glove on, you're not going to get that leather glove to fit over the rubber.
All right, Gary,
no
look,
matter how hard you pull
I understand what you're saying here. I don't want to go back to the actual trial or what have you. It's 30 years ago, but thanks for the call, Gary. Okay, let me take one more. I don't want to end on that one. Alicia's got the last word on CMF. Alicia, take us home.
Hi.
Hey.
Yes. So, that previous phone call, Heather, I think she was kind of missing the point here. I get what you're saying. Most people know O.J. Simpson's a huge piece of human garbage, but like you're saying, which is totally spot on, there's this super weird, like, parasocial societal phenomenon where people will excuse somebody for really anything because of they're this or they've done that. And it's like, you don't know the whole person. You're not neighbors with them. That's not your cousin. And it's super weird that we just allow these things to happen and be okay with it.
And look, Alicia, I agree with you there. What was even more strange to me yesterday is people were saying, no, he's a monster, but what a football player he was, which is even a weirder thing.
Exactly right.
Because you're admitting up front the guy's a monster. I don't know, Alicia, but here's the thing. Going down that road that you just brought up, I think for celebrity to be celebrity, we have to feel like we know them. Using Josh Allen as an example. You like Josh Allen because he seems like a guy you want to have a beer with. Taylor Swift seems like someone that if your daughter was around her, she'd treat her like $1 million and want to hang out at your cookout. Beyonce would go out of her way to do X, Y, Z. I could keep going. You get what I'm saying. Country music stars.
100%.
Wrestlers are so popular.
Down to earth.
Exactly.
They're funny. And yeah.
Exactly right.
So
that's the parasocial thing that people think that, and that's just a marketing of those individual people, whether it's politician or athlete. It's marketing, you know.
And it's funny, we sit here and we go, this exists. And Alicia, we all fall into it. Every single one of us fall into it.
To your point, you can come up with an example in everybody's life.
All right. Well, Alicia, I'm glad one person figured out. I didn't even know what I was saying while I was saying it.
Parasocial, something.
Oh, no, it connects.
Sounds right.
You got it.
All right, Alicia, thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Parasocial. It's not like parasailing.
Makes it sound smarter.
It's parasailing with another person is what it is. All right, let's take a break. I have in front of me a list of the best fast food restaurants in America. Normally that's boring and we're not going to touch that thing. The problem here is we do not get to put our mouths on the top 5 fast food restaurants in America if you live in Rochester, New York. And that's a problem. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Normally, we're not going to touch anything like, oh, the best fast food place in America. Check out this list here.
Top 5.
Exactly. However, there is something alarming. Maybe alarming is the word we're looking for with this list. Because if you would like to try any of these top 5 places, you're going to need a plane ticket. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Kimmy in the big girl chair, Terrible Time Timmy running the board, Tommy on his way to Chicago to visit his little cute baby grandson. And while he's there, he may actually get opportunities we do not have because we have a list of the best fast food places in America. And Kimmy, with the knowledge that it's not in this area, what do you think the number 1 fast food place in America is?
I'm going to say it's a burger place. I'm going to say In-N-Out Burger.
Wrong.
Okay.
Culver's has been named the number 1 fast food restaurant in America. Are you either of you familiar?
What? Yeah, I don't. What
is that
kind
the
of
one
food
that
is
has a partnership with like A&W?
That I don't know.
Okay, neither do I.
Is it a burger spot?
Yeah, burger and custard. They're based in Wisconsin. They have what's called a butter burger. I don't know what that is, but it sounds awesome. And not only are they famous for their custard, they're famous for their cheese curds. Which why do we not have?
I'm in on that.
Even the second best fast food restaurant in America, according to this list, we're going to have to wait for it, Shake Shack.
Oh, but we are getting one of those. And we have one at the Thruway stop, right?
Yeah, across from Waterloo.
Yeah.
People have driven out there just to try Shake Shack. The Henrietta location will be open over the next couple of months, but we can't have that yet. And as we go down the list, it keeps getting worse for the greater Rochester area. In-N-Out, which is a West Coast chain.
Yeah.
Whataburger, which is a Texas-based chain. Raising Cane's Chicken.
Oh, I tried that for the first time.
Where?
In an airport when last year my girlfriends and I took a trip.
My girlfriends and I had a bunch of chicken at an airport.
Well, my one friend loves it, so every time it's there, she's like, "You have to try it. You have to try it." And just lo and behold, we had the opportunity to try it.
And it was good?
It was good.
Uh-oh.
It was good. I guess I don't get the hype around it. It was good.
Well,
but
do it again. It was also an airport.
Yeah, I'll give them that. Maybe that ruined my experience. I don't know.
So we in the greater Rochester area don't even get to taste some of the best fast food restaurants in America until we get to number 6, which is Five Guys. And the fact that Five Guys came in 6, which I love Five Guys, gives me even more FOMO, fear of missing out, with the 5 of the above us.
Yeah, see, I do have that FOMO, but I don't think we need them here.
Okay.
Because I always think like whenever they do come, there's this hype surrounding it, and then everybody's like, well, now that it's here and I have access to it all the time, it's not as special.
Okay, you might be right.
True.
Although there are still massive lines outside all the Chick-fil-A's here in the greater
Yeah,
Rochester
you're right
area
about
around
that.
lunchtime.
That was one of them.
Look,
we do such a good job of our own locality that we don't need those chains.
and that is a blessing and a curse at the same time because we know that Rochester is a top 5 food city in America. And Timmy, you are absolutely right. Everything you want to have short of like Louisiana seafood, and there's even some of that around here, is here in Rochester. But because we do it so well, we don't have the opportunity to get stuff like this in Rochester, which also kind of sucks because I want to try a burger with cheese curds and some custard afterward. That sounds awesome. And I want to see if it stacks up to a place like Tom Wall's or a place like Bill Gray's, right?
But sometimes, though, with that place you're talking about, it's having that slightly different menu item that keeps you in business, right? Like where else are you going to get cheese curds on the side?
Is there a place you can go get cheese curds right now that aren't like in a bag?
Rochester Ice Center.
Oh, no kidding.
You can get cheese curds?
You can get any. Rochester's best kept secret is a hockey rink in Fairport.
They got really good wings out there too.
It's unbelievable. Yes, like I'm not kidding with the best kept secret. Like you can go there for dinner, and other than having to watch like not your kids play hockey.
Like there's
the fact that you said that is even more alarming. But go on, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Like there are some of those places. It's not even like the main meal you crave. Sometimes it's their sauce that they're known for, or the sides that they have. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That makes them stand out.
Well, look, I would make the argument that Chick-fil-A is good because of the Polynesian sauce.
Yeah,
I love that Polynesian sauce. 252 WCMF listed the top fast food restaurants in America. There was not a single one in the greater Rochester area until you get to number 6 with Five Guys. Culver's out of Wisconsin has been named number 1. Shake Shack's on its way. Then In-N-Out, Whataburger, Raising Cane's Chicken. That Culver's sounds great.
I had never heard of it before this list.
Marcy writes us. She says Culver's is the GOAT. Was just in Florida, had it twice in a week. Wait, they're in Wisconsin. They made it down to Florida. Right. They haven't made it over here.
The South must have every good fast food chain.
Well, that makes sense. You look at the South.
No, I understand.
Hey, look at this. It makes perfect sense. When you go out of town, do you try new fast food or do you go with the old stalwarts?
Well, if I'm on the road, like if it's a road trip thing, I'm not trying anything new.
Really?
I'm not risking trying anything new if I'm stuck in a car.
So you're telling me...
But if I'm like, if that's...
Why?
Stomach purposes?
We've all got stomachs.
Thank you, Tim.
No, I'm very... I will not try anything new.
So you'd rather have like Sbarro instead of like...
Yep.
Seriously?
Yep.
So you're telling me
I go to the staples.
So after this conversation, if there was a Taco Bell right next to a Culver's and you're on a road trip, you would take Taco Bell?
I think I'm taking Taco Bell.
Is that a problem for you? You got a weak stomach?
You just defended your stomach and you chose Taco Bell. You're out.
No, I know you're right. I mean, that's probably not the best option. I'm just saying. But... no, I'm usually a little hesitant to try something new, not knowing how it's going to agree with me.
Like, Timmy, you always got to try the new fast food in a new town.
Yes.
I mean, I'll try it if I'm there for a while.
I don't know if I need to do like a chain. Like, I don't need to do a national chain, but I would like to do a national chain that I don't have available to me.
Okay.
So all the 5 that we mentioned, I would do if available to me wherever I am.
What's your favorite fast food right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
I love me some Mighty Taco. Does that count?
Okay, well, they're in Buffalo. Wow. They're not even around here anymore.
Take a trip.
Okay. No, never mind.
You asked me a question, I answered it. How is that wrong?
Every time I ask you a question, and again, I will say this up front.
Your answers always surprise me.
I really appreciate you coming in. You saved us today. Thank you very much. Every time I ask you a question, I regret it. Every single time.
There's still time to take it back.
You're a great kid.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. You only call first responders usually in the absolute worst moments of your life.
Yeah.
And you have an idea of what's going to happen when you call the police, the fire department, an ambulance, right? However, most of those ideas you have come from movies and television shows, which are not the best gauge.
Yeah. You shouldn't have that much experience with first responders.
Good point.
Yeah.
There was a woman from our area who is in some serious trouble because she decided, it seems, in a non-emergency situation, to see how the emergency response would be. And we will tell you the story next here in the break room on CMF. You want to know if you ever needed them. The emergency services we have, first responders, would work the way they're supposed to, right? Police, fire, EMS. But the only way you'll really find out is when you actually need them.
See it in action.
It seems, Kimmy, one woman from our area didn't like that idea. And she was on a mission, I guess, to ensure this emergency service was doing its job right.
Okay.
A mission that ended with her in handcuffs. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time, Timmy, behind the board for us this morning. Great to see you, buddy. Thank you.
Welcome.
Tommy is on his way to Chicago to visit his adorable little baby grandson. Well, we're waiting for Tommy to get back on Monday. You can take some time. Listen to Dan Hardy between 3 to 7 every weekday. Today, the last day for your Bruce Springsteen code word of the day. He's going to give it to you. You're going to enter it at WCMF.com for your last chance to win a pair of tickets to see Bruce and the E Street Band at the JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse, April 18th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at LiveNation.com. Kimmy, this story comes from just east of us. An unknown person in the area started texting the National Suicide Hotline.
Oh.
If you ever need it, by the way, you just text 988. It's a great resource. They can give you the help you need in that moment. Now, Kimmy, somebody texting a suicide hotline is a serious situation for law enforcement.
I'm sure that's going to be taken very seriously.
Yeah, you don't want anyone to hurt themselves, obviously. And even scarier in this situation, according to authorities, the person texting the hotline said they had a gun and they were planning on shooting themselves.
Okay.
So, authorities sprung into action. They went to the home of this person texting their plans. And when they got there, they did not find a suicidal person. They found a woman who looks to be in her 40s. And she told the officers when they got there, she was testing the system that
this is only a test.
Yes. She was testing the National Suicide Text Line. And that's insane.
Yeah.
It gets better. Because according to the reports...
So she's admitting this. She's not even trying to say, well, I wasn't feeling good.
No.
I just, at that time, I was worried for my own mental health. Because I would think that's an argument you could make in that situation.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She told them right when they walked in the door that she was testing the suicide hotline. Okay. And if that's not bad enough, those allegations, according to the report, this woman looked the officers who showed up in the face and said she determined the system was a failure.
Oh, so she gave him a grade on top of that.
Yes. Not only was I testing it, you failed. You failed.
Did she bring out a chart?
I don't know if there was a chart involved. I want everyone listening to take a second to fully take in what happened here. Because, again, this woman was not suicidal. Mm-hmm. She tied up resources on a national level with this text line. She tied up local authorities who thought they had a mental health crisis they were walking into. And when they showed up to help what they believe was a suicidal person with a gun, she looked them in the face and said, man, you guys suck at this.
I respect that.
Shut up.
Okay.
What do you mean you respect that?
Well, it is interesting, like, she didn't do it, get caught, and, like, thinking they wouldn't show up, and then they showed up, and she came up with this excuse. No, like, she wanted them to show up so she could throw that in their face, I guess.
That's the accusation? I don't know.
As somebody who knows somebody who may at some point need that, if it's bad, be better.
You're talking about the response.
Oh, you're saying like, for future
like I'm not going to do it to see how bad it is.
Okay.
But now that we know it,
well, but that's by her standards.
But again, it's one woman. And hey, if we're going to talk about things you shouldn't do, you're right. You should have great suicide response, mental health response to crisis. You should have that. And I don't know what the hell happened here. I would assume it was okay because they were there. You know what you shouldn't do to help people that are going through this? Tie up resources like this.
Also a great point.
Not only is it super unethical, it's also super illegal because it turns out, no matter how curious you are, you can't just go testing random emergency services. This woman was arrested, charged with falsely reporting an incident. She has a court date upcoming.
It's also super insulting, no matter what job you have, for somebody to basically say, well, you weren't busy, were you? Because she's also making that assumption like, oh, they're not doing anything right now, so now's the time to test.
Not to mention, too, like this person, whatever job you do, to your point, whether you work at a store, whether you deal with people face-to-face, work with your brain, whatever.
Assuming you're not busy, and now this is your priority.
Oh, even further, testing you when they had no interest in dealing with you at all
and not knowing how it's supposed to work, period.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, here's the thing. If the allegations that this woman from just east of us texted the suicide hotline saying she had a gun and she was going to kill herself, which brought police to her home, where she then revealed she was just testing the system and they failed. As insane as that is, there's an interesting question here. What do you expect when you call first responders in emergencies? Because most people, if you're lucky, will only make that call once or twice in your life. Mm-hmm. Some people will
for you or somebody else. Yeah,
you got it. And some people will never have to make that call, which is great. If you have an idea of what's coming, but that idea, if you've never made that call, is based only on TV and movies.
Yeah.
And if there is one thing we've learned from Tommy Muley on this show, basing what cops and firefighters do in TV and movies is a bad way to go about it.
Oh, you mean it's not accurate?
I don't think so. You have an expectation. They have years of training and service. And I always wonder when somebody makes that call, how many people would have the reaction this woman had in her alleged weird-ass stunt.
Where you been?
Yeah. Not that they're doing it wrong, but you're not doing what I expected, man.
Yeah.
What's going on here? You know, you're supposed to, like, come in and...
To your point, I wonder how many people that work in some sort of... that are some sort of first responder get that question all the time.
You're right. I know there are folks that work for ambulance.
Because there is that expectation. They'll be here in like 2 minutes.
It's not even about time. Yeah. Like, I know there are firefighters, first responders, folks that worked in law enforcement listening right now. I always wonder how many times a week they have folks that call them that when they get there are telling them that they're doing it the wrong way.
That's very possible, only because there are some people that just seem to always find themselves in some sort of situation. Mm. So if they've been in a place where they've called first responders before, you're always going to compare it to that last time.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. So I guess they may feel like they're an expert in the area because, well, the last time you guys came, it was much shorter of a response.
I'm willing to bet there are more people than you want to believe that even having never called first responders, with the expectation they have, would be willing to look at a volunteer EMS worker, a volunteer firefighter, a police officer, and go, well, this is what you should be doing right now.
I guess I would give somebody a pass if that happened, only because I understand, like, you may be in a situation where you're panicking.
Okay, good
right?
point.
So, like, you may not be thinking with a clear head. You just want them there as soon as possible to help you with whatever you're dealing with.
Okay.
So, maybe that's not the best way to handle it, but I can give somebody a pass if they say it once.
That's a valid point. I mean, you know, you bring up another... I'm sorry, Timmy, you were going to say
No,
something.
if you're calling for help, you want it immediately. Mm-hmm. And you don't want to wait the 12 minutes or whatever it is for that to be arriving. You want somebody, and somebody on the other line should be holding your hand through that.
Yeah, no, which is what usually happens here. And it's not just the time, and we keep focusing on how long it takes to get there.
Or just, how the whole process plays out.
Exactly. I don't know. Like, Kimmy, you make a valid point. You're not thinking straight in these terrible emergencies. You're right. Maybe you should be more patient. And maybe folks that work in these volunteer jobs or in law enforcement have that patience, right? Personally, it would be really hard for me if I had all this training and I am not getting paid to be here and I am here to help this person or you in your life. You're going to tell me how to do this right now? You're going to tell me how to do this right now.
I also think you have an idea of what their job is, because I know EMTs, firefighters, like, they could get calls for not necessarily an emergency situation, but something that somebody wants checked on, right? Like, they, something weird is going on in their house. I want to make sure that it's safe to be back in my house. Those people, I think, also have an expectation of, well, aren't you going to check this? Don't you guys do that? What about this? And, they can do things to an extent, but maybe they have to bring in, like, RG&E or something to do. I think that even if it's not an emergency, there's still a checklist that people have of what they think your job is.
Okay.
That maybe they're not experts in.
So you're saying as soon as all of us call 911, we all suck. Everybody sucks in that situation. Nobody has the ability to deal with emergencies.
It is amazing how you would think everybody would just be grateful that somebody showed up. But I think people get very critical of that work when it's in your house.
Never need help because you'll never be helped as much as you're looking for.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Wow.
Sell it in the rock shop. Very profound.
Look at
Terrible
you.
time. Timmy running the board for us. Tommy on his way to Chicago to visit his baby grandson, Kimmy, in the big girl chair. If you're watching on the live stream at YouTube and Twitch and Odyssey and WCMF.com, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. You see Kimmy sitting like a cat lady currently.
My knees are starting to hurt.
Why do your knees hurt again?
Because this chair is so little that they hit. My knees hit at like a weird angle on the ground. I don't know how Tommy sits in this chair.
Because he's got little legs.
I know. They dangle.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about this woman just east of us. According to authorities, she texted the National Suicide Hotline, and if you need it, the text is 988. It's a great resource, saying that she had a gun and she was planning on shooting herself. Authorities sprung into action. They went to the home. They to make sure that everything was going to be okay, helped this person that needed it. When they got there, this woman who looks to be in her 40s said she was not suicidal. In fact, she was testing the system, the National Suicide Response System. And according to the reports, she looked the officers in the face and determined the system was a failure.
Is this a thing people do?
I hope not. I mean, we haven't seen stories like this before,
Yeah,
right?
I guess you're right, because they would be let out in cuffs.
You know, when you talk about, like, expectations you have when you call 911, I literally just went through this with the fire department. Mm-hmm. Remember my little one dumped a bottle of seltzer on the stove, right? It started smoking, sparking. I smelled gas. I didn't want to deal with it. I called the fire department just to be safe. I don't know what I'm doing. So, like, I expected, like, a marked SUV, maybe a fire truck to show up at the house. And it turns out every fire truck that was ever made in the history of the world, lights and sirens outside of the front of my house. And it was nice to know that in an emergency, they had me covered. Mm-hmm. Like, there was a comforting feeling, like, whatever
they went above
wrong,
and beyond what you thought it was going to be.
But at the same time, in them doing their job, a great job, it was super embarrassing because every neighbor wanted to see what the hell was going on.
Oh, yeah, that's why people hesitate.
The end result was nothing, right?
Well, no, it was something. They ended up having to turn off the gas. We had to buy a new stove. It could have been bad. But yes, nothing bad happened. Mm-hmm. But like I'm standing outside.
Did you almost want them to do more so it looked like it was more of an emergency?
Yeah, just turn on the hose and shoot the water over the roof.
We shoot out, like there are some fake flames we could put in the window or something, because now I'm embarrassed.
All right, we're going to take a break. Appreciate it. There is a woman who is not in trouble this morning, yet there are people who are going to argue she should be. And the reason that she's not in trouble is because it seems, well, we know, there's not a definitive law on this on the books.
Found a loophole?
Well, no. Kimmy, it comes down to what you're supposed to be doing with your kids. And with most kid situations, there is not a definitive law. This woman went through a horrifying situation. And if people believe she should be punished, maybe that's punishment enough. But every parent, as their kids are growing up, have to figure out, when it comes to the car, you leaving them in there for a little while? We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's something we all need to keep in mind here. All it takes is one little mistake to look like a horrible parent to a whole lot of people. And that could be what this person is feeling right now. That being said, this move is a strange one because most parents have a totally different idea about, in this situation, what is and isn't okay. Because there will be calls for this woman to be punished, like by the law. And there will be those who say it's just a bad situation that a mom or a dad couldn't control. Yeah, you got it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45. The Bills and Highmark Stadium are getting together to do something very unique. Very unique in July.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, you saw this, and you are all in.
I don't want to feel left out of this.
I don't get it.
Why?
I don't get it.
I mean, how many people can say that they've done it?
But why? I don't get it.
Well, you're not into this activity.
Neither are you.
I know, I'm not. It still sounds interesting to me.
We'll get to it just after 8:45. Tell you what it is here in the break room on CMF. A story that happened last Thursday that we are just hearing about this morning. A car was stolen on East Ridge in Irondequoit near Culver. That's not crazy. Happens all the time. However, this car that was stolen had a child in it. According to authorities, the owner of the car accidentally left her key fob in said car when she went into a store with the child in it. And apparently, the kid, whose age we do not know, by the way, was taken along with the car. The thief just hopped in. Yep, took off. Kid, car, and all. The good news, no one was hurt. They found the car abandoned. Kid was totally safe. However, the debate has once again been sparked.
I feel like we have a minimum of one of these a summer.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's a fair statement. Year. The question being, where, how long, and when, if it's ever okay to leave a child in the car by themselves. Because, Kimmy, every parent's idea on what is and isn't okay is different.
Yeah, and I think it's also different. People feel differently about it. Generationally too.
Yeah,
you know?
I think you're right.
Only because I think when we were kids, it was a pretty common thing.
Yeah, I lived in a car for 3 years.
I don't want to go in. You guys go in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But okay, your knee-jerk reaction on this story, as soon as you saw it, was what?
My knee-jerk reaction was, I feel sorry for the mom.
So you don't want to see her punished?
No,
By the way, we're saying mom. It just said woman. We don't know what the relationship is to the person.
Right. I did assume.
But let's say in a hypothetical situation, mom, car stolen, kid in the back seat. Do you want that woman punished?
No, I think the punishment comes from the worry of the whole situation and the embarrassment and the judgment from other parents.
Okay.
I think you kind of face enough punishment on that alone.
Okay.
If it's not mom, I do want her punished because that means she was put in charge of that child.
Okay, so you're saying if it's a mother, no problem. If
Correct.
it's someone with a different relationship to that kid, you want them punished?
Well, I guess you made a different decision on your that kid's safety. Is that what you're saying?
Like if I'm the father of that child and I put that woman in charge, like how do you leave my kid in your car? I put you in charge of my child and you let me down. So yes, do something about it.
Okay, that's interesting because it's the same situation. It's the same. It's not like I mean.
If I'm the mother, that's my decision to make.
Okay.
If I am not the mother, I was put in charge of this child already, and you let them down.
But I would argue
you have higher standards then for the non-family member.
But I would argue as a mother, I made the decision to trust you to do the right thing for my kid, right? Like as soon as I hand you my kid, whatever your decision is now my decision because I trust you to make the right decision.
And they made the wrong decision, so punish.
All right, I'll ask you guys this. If you saw a 1-year-old in the backseat of a car outside of a gas station, are you alarmed?
I'm shocked, only because I would think most parents, even if they didn't think anything was going to happen, would fear somebody calling 911. Like even if like a crime didn't happen, I'm shocked that a parent would do it only fear of judgment and a potential phone call to 911. Yeah, that you're going to get in trouble regardless.
Okay, but you're not alarmed by it. You wouldn't want to call 911 kid outside of a gas station, 1 year old sitting in the car.
With a car that's on? And
no, just in the car. Just in the car.
Or I'm sorry, just in the car. I guess no, but again, I am not a parent.
All right, Timmy, are you alarmed by a 1-year-old in the backseat of a car outside of a gas station?
No.
Not at all. All right.
I'm assuming, that person's just running in and running out.
By the way, the reason you're hearing terrible time Timmy's voice, Tommy on his way to Chicago to visit his grandson, Kimmy in the big girl chair this morning, Timmy getting up early. All right, I'll ask you this question. Gas station, not alarming. What about a fast food restaurant? 1-year-old kid back of the car, takes a little more time to go in and do that stuff. Are you alarmed by that? Do you feel like you're going to call 911?
No, any kind of quick stop thing. I can understand not wanting to get your kid in and out of a car seat.
Timmy McDonald's.
Don't have kids, so I don't know how long it takes to situate them. But no, go in, go out, go home. Why would I take 20 minutes to get my kid out of the car to take 2 minutes in the store?
Okay, one more question. Kimmy?
Yeah.
You're walking into East Ave Wegmans. 10 rows back from the store.
Yeah.
1-year-old kid
okay.
alone in the back seat of a car. Are you alarmed calling 911 potentially?
I'm probably not calling 911. That would alarm me a little bit more.
Okay, well, so you're alarmed, but you're not going to do anything to remedy the alarm.
No, I don't want to. I'm not making that call on another parent.
I'm monitoring that vehicle. If I'm out before that car is, then I'm probably doing something.
By the way,
so if you go in and come out and they're still there.
Yeah.
By the way, the fact that you're looking at a kid in the car, somebody's called the police on you, Timmy.
Fine.
The way you look, you have to be careful about what you're
doing.
It
also depends, too, on is it hot that day? Is it cold that day?
Okay.
There are other factors, I guess, that now I'm starting to get worried about with that kid's safety.
252 WCMF. We're talking again. Last Thursday, a car was stolen in Irondequoit. Not that crazy a story. What made this a news story, a kid in the back of the car when the car was stolen. According to police, a woman left a child, we don't know the age, in the back of a car. She says she accidentally left her key fob in the car. When she came back, car was gone, kid and all. The good news, car was abandoned. Kid was totally safe, but it has now sparked the debate again. And by the way, don't read the comments on any of this story. Never read the comments. No. Never read the comments. We read the comments for you, so you don't have to read the comments. How much does age have to do with it, Kimmy? Because I say 1-year-old as a completely vulnerable,
helpless,
can't do anything for themselves. Yeah. What age are you okay with a kid being left in the car, mom and dad go into Wegmans?
How old are you when you're in kindergarten?
4?
5 or 6.
5 or 6.
There's an in between there too. 1 is helpless, 3 probably all right. 5 or 6 they're lost, confused, trying to get out.
You would be okay with a 5-year-old alone in the car?
Well, I guess if I say I'm okay with a 1-year-old, why wouldn't I be okay with a 5 or 6-year-old?
But you said you weren't okay. You just weren't going to call the cops.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that's the younger the kid, the worse it is.
No, I think Timmy brought up a great point. The 1-year-old can't do anything.
Oh, you're saying they can get into their own trouble? I guess I didn't think about that.
Right, at 5 or 6, you're trying to get out, or you're panicking, or you're drawing attention to yourself to get the attention of a stranger, just because you're lost, confused, whatever. 1-year-old, you're sitting there waiting.
All right, Timmy, what's the age Wegmans alone in a car? You're okay with it?
4. 4
what?
4 and
you
below.
just crushed me.
No, 4 and below. Five.
I meant age old enough where you think that kid can handle being alone in the car by themselves without going into Wegmans.
7 or 8. But
it's still young.
But
Dear Lord.
That's.
Thank God neither of you have kids. Thank you. You would be able to.
I was that kid left in the car.
Yeah, look what happened to you.
And I think that's why I can't wrap my head around it, because if I put up a fight, or if my parents were running errands, they'd be like, okay, fine, just stay in the car.
No, but you bring up a good point. You said it was generational earlier, and I think you're right. I think that our parents had no problem leaving a 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old kid in the car. I'm sure I was that age. My parents ran into Wegmans really quick, right? But if I saw that today, oh man, would I be alarmed. I don't know if I'm calling the cops, but I'm like you, Timmy. I'm keeping an eye on that situation to make sure everything's going to be all right.
Give it 5 or 10 minutes, and if it's more than that, at the end of the day, it's probably nothing, but at least notify somebody else that can actually do something about it.
Yeah, there are moms and dads screaming at the radio right now.
No, you're not kidding.
These idiots.
But here's the thing. The reason why there are so many different opinions, even in this room as we have this discussion, is there isn't a clear law to follow.
And we found out that about leaving your kid at home, too, alone. There's really no specific age where they're technically allowed to be home alone without you.
Exactly. The state doesn't have any X years to be left in a car, to be left home alone, to allow to go out by themselves. And there's no instructions on how long a kid can be left alone in a car or at their home before a parent is in trouble. And because of that, everyone has decided different ways of doing things. And if you've decided your way, that in your head is how everybody else should do it. And going back to a point you guys made earlier, I'm always shocked when I see stories like this, only because I assumed most parents were terrified of getting into some kind of trouble from someone else seeing their kid alone in the car. Because all it takes is one person to see that kid sitting there, call someone, or make a scene.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
Because, like, Timmy, to the point earlier, like, if you've ever had to take a kid out of a car seat to do something and put them back in, it takes 23 minutes minimum every single time. That being said, when my daughters were, 1, 2, 3, 4 years old and below, every single time I had to run into the gas station and get a gallon of milk. It would have taken me 45 seconds, go back, unbuckle, take them out, bring the bottle with me just in case, go get the milk while I got one in the other hand, pay for the milk, one hand in my wallet, taking the card out with my thumb, pay for it, go back. They got a winter coat on because it's December. You ever try and put a car seat on a kid with a winter coat? It's like doing a Rubik's Cube. It adds a full 5 to 10 minutes to what you're trying to do. But that was worth not having some parent be like, oh my God, you monster. And I'm confident that my kid would have been safe had I locked the car and ran in there for 60 seconds.
And didn't leave the keys in the car.
Yes, exactly. But I would never, ever, ever, only out of fear of getting in trouble, left my kid alone in a car.
So you had that awareness even, 13 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But it wasn't because I didn't think the kids were safe or would be safe.
It was fear of judgment.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it at all. All of it. And what's weird about it is I would still, I think, find myself judging a 1-year-old kid in the back of a car at a gas station, not because I think it's dangerous, but because I'm thinking, like, as a parent, how are you not aware of what people are going to think?
Yeah. Are you a little bit jealous, though, of somebody that just doesn't care? Not that doesn't care about their kid,
No, I
but
get what you're
doesn't
saying.
care about, the way other parents do things?
No, it's a good question.
Because, I know people that would probably be pissed if somebody called the cops, even though it was for the well-being of their kid. Like, hey, what the hell, man?
Every parent that makes that decision for their kid would be pissed if you called the cops on them. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I guess maybe I'm a little jealous. But then again, all it takes is one thing to go wrong.
But now you're almost hoping for it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. And look, there are good parents that end up in bad situations because of things like this that happen. For example, Gary is on CMF. Hey, Gary, how are you, buddy?
Great. How are you guys doing today?
Good, brother. What do you got?
I was arrested for this maybe 22 years ago.
Okay, now we need the story.
So that would be 2001?
It was, right around 2001. Yep.
Okay, so what happened, Gary?
I ran in Tops on Ridge and Goodman. I ran into the store real fast. I left my 7-year-old son and maybe my 4-year-old son in the car.
Okay.
Ran in to get some groceries, came out. They were on the Clay cops are there.
So somebody called the cops.
How long do you think you were in the store for?
But then that's the thing. I showed them what I bought. I showed them my receipt. I was even trying to tell them I got no alcohol. I got no tobacco. It was bare necessities for dinner that night. They didn't care. No, they didn't care at all.
So walk me through. I'm glad you can laugh about it now,
I know.
Because I'm trying to think, as a parent in that situation with kids that young, Gary, I'd be in a full panic. Were you married at the time?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Are you still married?
Yeah. She passed away, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Gary. But, I'm thinking of myself in that situation, knowing I'm going to have to go home.
What are you the most scared of?
Okay, Gary, what was your wife's reaction when she found out what happened?
Because I spent the night in jail.
She would have had to come pick you up, right?
My parents. No, they called my parents to come get the kids. They towed my car, took me to jail. By the time I got out, she felt like they overreacted. It's perfectly normal. I got nothing from her as far as blowback.
Okay, well that's good. But you spent the night in jail. So Gary, how did it end up working itself out?
I had to take a parenting class, a couple parenting classes. I had to agree, which actually benefited me in the long run. I could never be a child care provider. I was not supposed to watch anybody else's kids other than my own.
Wow, I didn't know they could do that.
The plea agreement, yeah.
I love the way that benefited you because you never had to have a sleeple when your kids were growing up.
I never had. You can't ask me to watch your kids or nothing. No, I can't watch your kids. I pled guilty to, endangering, my children.
Holy crap! Well, Gary, thanks for the story, man. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, have a good rest of the day. So here's what's funny about that.
So 7 and 4, tops, or you're going into a grocery store.
Yeah.
I wonder how quickly it happened. Like, I wonder how fast, or how long, I guess I should say, those kids were in the car for before somebody called.
Yeah, to your point, we're just getting Gary's side of the story here. But it is funny, like, Gary telling that story, you know, you go, oh, okay, well, what he's saying makes sense. I can't believe that happened. That being said, had I not heard that story from Gary, and I heard that someone that, like a friend of my daughter's dad, had to plead guilty for this and can't be around kids, be a provider, I would think that guy's a monster.
Yeah.
I would think that guy is a monster.
That has to be something that's tough to explain, because you're going to have to explain that to people the rest of your life, right? I can't watch your kid for you, or your kid can't come over to my kid's house to play.
Oh, and think about
unless
this.
my wife's home, I guess.
Think about this, Kimmy. If I start a sentence with, I'm not allowed to be a provider for kids.
Your mind goes into the worst possible place.
Oh, my God. All right, well, I would like to point out, based on your judgment, that you would have been arrested immediately saying 5, 6 years old was okay to be alone in the grocery store, or the car in a grocery store. Oh, my God.
I am surprised 2001, too. I think maybe that was like right around the point where that, you know, the fear of that happening may have hit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you know, we're talking about this and what's okay and not okay. I mean, the fact is there are terrible things that happen when parents forget their kids in the back of the car. And maybe you think if you're going to make that call, the parent didn't realize it, right? Like maybe it was one of those things. That being said, 252 WCMF, we heard from a dad. Let's hear from potentially a mom. Monica, are you a mom?
Hi. Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you got for us? Go ahead.
Well, my kids are 35 and 33, but I'm calling about dogs in the car.
Okay.
I was at Tops, Ontario. I live in Webster, Tops, Ontario. It was a hot summer day. I came out with my groceries. There was a dog in the car, all windows, all the way up. It was panting like it was taking its last breath. I called the police.
Okay. All right. Well, here, this makes it even more complicated, Monica, because, like, how many dog years are you okay with that dog being alone in the car?
There's no limit.
Okay,
I'm a dog person. I've had 5 dogs. Now I'm down to 3 dogs, 2 bulldogs and a Shiba Inu. Dogs are everything. Luckily the police didn't sound alarmed. I didn't know how long they were going to be. I checked the door handles. It was unlocked.
Okay.
Oh.
I opened the door and I just stood there. I didn't touch the dog. I didn't know if it was going to bite me, but a crowd gathered, and they're like, what's going on? I'm like, I'm waiting for the police. Well, the lady came out, shopping cart full, started ripping me a new one. I'm like, lady, this dog's going to die. She got all mad. The police didn't come in time, threw her stuff in the trunk, dropping F-bombs at all of us, and took off. Police showed up as I'm putting my groceries away.
Okay, so, Monica, look, I get where you're coming from here, I do. It would have been funny had you tried to save this dog and it immediately bit you. That would have been hilarious.
No, I'm a dog whisperer. Dogs don't bite me.
Okay, but you didn't touch the dog because you were worried about getting bit.
That was a smart move.
I'm telling you, you wouldn't know. It was crazy.
Monica, I get it. All right, I'll ask you this because we're talking about the kid. You said you got 2 kids of your own. If you're calling for a dog, like a day like today where it's not hot outside, 1-year-old kid, car seat outside a gas station, are you calling on that?
I would call. That's who I am.
You're calling on that?
I would call. I'd call on if there's a baby or a dog in the car. You don't know how long it's been there.
Okay.
These people are nuts.
Dog watching a baby.
Leave the dog home. Why is the dog in the car?
Leave the baby home?
No, bring the baby in.
Okay, baby
leave
in.
the dog home.
Isn't that how we get leave the baby home?
You can't leave the baby.
But then nobody knows.
No.
Okay, Monica, you see a baby alone in a car, the door is open. Are you worried the baby will bite you like the dog might have?
No. I would try the door. I don't know if it were hot.
Okay, hold on. But you got a whole other thing. You might look like you're kidnapping that kid, Monica.
I would take the baby out and stand there. I'd ask for someone to help me.
All right, Monica.
I'm not kidding.
I believe you. God bless you.
Yeah.
Monica, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Okay, have a good day.
Like, think about how different those 2 calls were back to back.
Yeah.
Man, just went into the grocery store. Everything's fine. Monica, 1-year-old kid. I'm holding that baby. Don't hold someone else's baby. Let's take a break. Everybody, I'll hold. I'd love to talk to you. I'm sorry. We got to move on. Kimmy, you're not into this hobby at all.
No. In fact, I suck at it.
Okay. Yet, what the Bills and Highmark Stadium are getting together to do, it's going to be a very unique experience. You're all in on it.
Yeah. I just want to say that I did it,
okay.
I guess.
I don't get it.
Kind of, it's a bucket list thing I didn't know was on my bucket list.
No, but I don't get it. I don't understand what the draw to this thing is.
Pretty cool.
All right, we'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy is super pumped for something coming to Highmark Stadium this summer. It was announced yesterday. It's not a concert. It's not a Bills game.
Nope.
I don't get it. And I don't get why you're excited.
I don't know why I'm excited either. I don't even think I'll be able to do it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time Timmy helping us out this morning. Tommy on his way to Chicago to visit his adorable little baby grandson. We'll jump right into this story. Yesterday, the Buffalo Bills announced that Upper Deck Golf is coming to Highmark Stadium in July.
For like 2 days.
So if you're unfamiliar with this, there's a company that travels from stadium to stadium around the country, ballparks, outdoor stuff. And they set up a golf course, like a legit driver.
Like a driving range, essentially.
Well, no, but you're playing an actual game of golf.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was just like a Top Golf kind of thing.
No, it looks as if you are playing an actual game of golf.
How?
I don't know, unless you're driving towards these holes and that's how they count your strokes.
Okay.
I will read you the description. As part of Upper Deck, fans will have a chance to play a round of golf throughout Highmark Stadium down to custom greens on the field while enjoying great music, cold drinks, food, and multiple golfing challenges at a clubhouse bar and festival area inside the stadium.
Okay. Well, either way.
Okay. So, Kimmy, you don't golf.
Nope. And I'm really bad at it.
Okay. Yet you are over the moon about this.
I just think it's one of those cool things to say you did as not even just a fan of the Buffalo Bills, but just like a unique experience overall.
Okay. I don't get it.
Why? You wouldn't want to go like hit some golf balls at Highmark Stadium?
You know how I hate golf, but that aside.
Yeah.
I don't, like, we have some of the best courses in the country in Western New York.
Right, but how many people could say they've done this?
Everybody that pays to go to it.
It gives you unprecedented access to the field, though.
Yeah, think about the things you'll sign up for to go, like that. They'll have like a wing festival or something like that.
But
People
I like
just want to
wings.
like be in the stadium, and now you have like a fun competition. Like there are people that do. Is it flag football?
Yeah, but
they have like a flag football competition.
But like I'm playing football on the field.
But you could go sign up for flag football at any probably rec center around here. But like you want to do it there because it's on the field.
But it's a football field. I get the flag football in a stadium where your heroes growing up played football. I don't get this. And I know it's probably going to sell out.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think there will be such a long line of people wanting to get in on this that I don't even think I have a shot.
Timmy, is this exciting to you?
I'm not a great golfer, but I love fun experiences. So, yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Well, you were saying that they did this in Cleveland?
Cleveland's done it. I don't know if it's the same company, but Cleveland does it every year, and it doesn't sound as exciting as what you just said,
Like
so it might be a little bit different. It's like Top Golf in a football stadium is what Cleveland does. This sounds like an actual simulator.
Now, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is like Top Golf and they count your strokes by where you land on like the green that's on the field.
But it takes you like hole to hole. Like there's different places for you to go. It's not just shooting from a window in section 504 or whatever.
That's what it seems like because I'm looking at a picture at the stadium here and like where the guy is teeing off from, it says hole 9.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's different spots. Now, if this is... You don't even know. This is going to cost a fortune. You know that, right?
Yeah,
So what?
probably. But again, I only need to do it once. It doesn't have to be an annual thing for me. I just want to say I did it. I want to see what it's like.
Okay, so there's a wait list you can join right now at upperdeckgolfing.com/Buffalo. And I swear to God, this isn't an advertisement. We're just telling you what's going on here. There's 2 options. There's your standard tee time, which is a round of golf, complimentary golf balls, clubhouse bar access, and special stadium access. Then there's the VIP, Kimmy.
Ooh, what's that?
You get everything I just named, plus extra golf balls, free entry to driving challenge, free entry to putting challenge, closest to the pin challenge, and you get a food and beverage item, which includes wine and beer.
Yeah, I don't need VIP. I just want the standard experience. Again, like I think it's just the idea of playing golf inside of a stadium is just so cool.
You could go play golf at a golf course.
Nah.
No, you're not
the same.
Okay.
And again, like I stink at golf. Like, I don't want to go on a course and hold up a bunch of people. Like, I feel like this is a different kind of, like, more just, I don't think people are going there for the golf necessarily.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Upper Deck Golf is coming to Highmark Stadium. They're essentially setting up a golf course inside the stadium. You can play golf inside the stadium. Kimmy's super pumped. When's the last time you played golf?
I've actually never played a round of golf. I've only gone to the driving range.
Are you serious?
This could be your first in a football stadium.
All right, let me ask you a question. Oak Hill is one of the greatest courses in America. We just had the PGA Championship. We've had the Ryder Cup there. Got countless events. You have the opportunity to do this or play around at Oak Hill. What do you want?
I think this. Again, I'm not into...
Are you kidding me?
I stink at golf. So what am I... I'm not going to be able to appreciate Oak Hill the way I would appreciate this unique experience inside.
Oak Hill is a bucket list thing for me that I've been promised this year that I will get to play. So I'm doing that.
There is no way they are letting your skinny, busted, broke ass.
Do you have your outfit planned already?
No, but if you want to dress me, taking suggestions.
You couldn't get hired at Oak Hill, let alone.
I can get fired from Oak Hill.
Okay, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, can everybody join on this? Whatever that you guys doing?
So we're not doing it. It's just that Kimmy might do it. Yeah, but you can sign up to join a wait list, I guess. Teddy.
Yeah, I don't think they've released times yet.
Okay, because I just came back from Myrtle Beach for 1 week playing golf over there with 23 of us.
You were saying, I'm sorry?
I just came back the day before yesterday from Myrtle Beach for 1 week playing golf.
Okay.
With 23 people.
20? What did you take a
23.
bus? 23 people, Teddy? That sounds awful.
No.
That sounds awful.
Some of them flying, some of them driving, but we are driving from 20 people from Long Island and then 3 of us from here.
All right, hey Teddy, let me ask you: did you golf before you came here, or was that something you picked up when you started living?
No,
here?
I started golfing about 10 years ago. No, I got bugged with the golf. So.
Oh, you got golf bug. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Are you good?
No.
Well, at least you know, Teddy. At least you know. Well,
yeah, I know.
We're glad to have you back, buddy. We're glad you made it back from Myrtle Beach.
Thank you.
Bye, Teddy. What the hell was that? He just called us to tell us he went golfing.
23 people.
Could you imagine being stuck behind a 23 person, like split them into fours, and they all know each other? Oh. Let's take one more call. It seems like Rob, maybe. Rob, do you know more about this than we do? Have you done it before?
No.
Great. What do you got, buddy?
I'd totally be into it, especially because the stadium is getting replaced, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
That's another good point.
It's like it's just one more last opportunity that you have.
Yeah, with them knocking it down, you don't even have to replace the divots. You just leave them there.
Just leave them, yeah.
All right, Rob. Round at Oak Hill or this? What do you choose?
Oak Hill.
Thank you. That's what every normal person would say.
But I stink at golf. I'm not good. I don't appreciate golf. This isn't about golf for me.
Same. I'm awful. I don't appreciate the history of golf. You still have to go play.
But I for the PGA, I walked around Oak Hill. It was awesome. It was a cool place to say you were at, but I don't need to golf there.
Poser-esque.
If I was offered around at Oak Hill, I would take every breathing moment to get as good as I could at golf between now and tee-off time.
Yeah, you'd probably qualify, Rob. But thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Timmy, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that by me saying that I get to play Oak Hill this year, I'm now banned from Oak Hill.
Yeah, why would you say that into an open microphone?
I'm so excited to do it. But then I realized that I suck at golf, and now that I said that I suck at golf, I'm definitely not going to be welcome there.
It's not the fact that you suck at golf that's going to keep you out of Oak Hill, Timmy.
What is it?
It's the fact that your name's Terrible Time, Timmy.
And I don't know everything else about you. And I say that I love you.
I love you too.
You're my boy. Okay, great. Terrible Time Timmy here because Tommy visited his grandson in Chicago. He'll be back on Monday morning. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Kimmy?
Yeah.
You get a Facebook message. Okay. Twitter direct message. Something on Instagram. Someone you know from back in the day. High school friends. Someone you played sports with. They want to say hi. Oh, and do they have an opportunity for you?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's happened to all of us. You get a Facebook message, an Insta DM as the kids call it. You get a text message from someone you haven't heard from in a while. An old neighbor knocks on your door, and they're getting a hold of you because, oh my God, do they have an opportunity for you. You can sell, and you can hustle, and you can make so much money. All you have to do is buy in right now, because it sure as hell feels like everywhere you turn, you find one of these. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time. Timmy behind the board. Thanks for getting up this morning, buddy.
You're welcome.
Tommy is on his way to Chicago to visit his cute little baby grandson just after 9:30 this morning. Just because Tommy's gone doesn't mean we're not going to continue to do what we do. Because there's a lot of disgusting things that you've collected.
Yeah, and it's never-ending creep.
That's weird, because if that's the case, you could have put a bunch of stuff instead of stuff about my mom.
Well, I mean, that's just
like,
I can't write it.
No,
it
but like
happens
it's just
naturally.
mom after mom after mom today.
Don't look at me. I'm not the content creator.
We got a creep cap coming at you just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy, did you know that 1 in 10 Americans, that's about 30 million people, are currently or have participated in a multi-level marketing scheme?
Yeah, I believe that.
So we're talking about things like Amway, Herbalife, Mary Kay, doTERRA. I haven't heard of that one. Have you heard of that one?
No, but there are so many for like every product imaginable.
Yep.
Doesn't surprise me.
There are also companies that push like the Fistons. That would be bad to sell. Fitness shakes, long distance, phone cards back in the day. Yep. And the way these work, if you're unfamiliar, are very simple. Not only do these folks sell the products that their company makes, they also recruit people into selling the company's products below them. And they promise these sellers massive profits if you work hard and you hustle. The problem with that, Kimmy, is it rarely happens. A new study shows that 75% of people who have participated in a multi-level marketing business have either made no money or lost money. And of the people who have made money, that 25% that's left over half of them made less than $5,000 their entire time in the business. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. These are never ending. Every generation, there's something new. Nobody ever learns their lesson. How do you handle the folks that reach out to you pitching buying something or working under them?
It's easy. I've noticed a lot of them start, or at least used to start via Facebook or like reaching out to you via some type of social media direct message, where those are easy to ignore.
Okay.
It's the ones where you're participating in it in person. Like you are at that party or wherever that person's selling. That makes it much harder to say no, because they just keep pushing and making it sound more and more enticing to the point where it's almost like psychological warfare.
Have you ever done this?
My mom and I did.
Come on!
We did. It was one of like the jewelry ones where they're like, you get all this jewelry for free. All you have to do is sign up. It's you're basically paying for the jewelry, and then it pays itself off in like 2 parties or something like that.
What a deal!
So we did sign up. I can't remember. I think we made just enough to make our money back. And at that point, everybody we knew was also selling it. So it was completely pointless.
Timmy?
We got. And we learned our lesson.
It is amazing. Everybody has to learn that lesson for themselves, it seems. Timmy, if I had to pick one person I know that would be bought into a multi-level marketing scheme, it would be you. Have you done this before?
No, absolutely not. Okay. I think that you have a misjudgment of character.
All right. Hey, Kimmy, how does it feel that Timmy figured this out before you did?
It's very easy. I learned the hard way. Do not like a post on Facebook. Otherwise, you will be bombarded.
Yeah, why would you do that? They didn't
because
even that's like reaching
them.
out
I didn't
to them.
think that I was going to have to actually financially support them. That's silly.
But you have friends that have done this before.
I know people.
Okay,
I wouldn't call them a friend.
I see.
I will say, I think COVID killed off a lot of these businesses because a lot of them, especially like the ones that I'm thinking of that I've been to, it was all like in-person sales.
Okay.
So like when people would throw like these parties at their house and come buy stuff, and then that would lead to more leads, which would lead to more parties. I feel like a lot of people I know that did it prior to COVID don't do it anymore.
See, I've been getting hit up with the websites, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's changed. Maybe it's changed.
It's intensified after COVID, at least on my perspective, because now people are they're doing like viewing parties or like unveilings through their webcams and stuff like that. It's like this to be entered to get this, and then they do it, and they're like, hey, you won this, or if you spend this much money, you can win this much stuff.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there a person alive who hasn't gotten this pitch from someone they know? Because like social media was made for a multi-level marketing pitch. Because there's that person you follow. Maybe they've reached out to you personally. You went to high school with them. You used to work with them. And it's always the person you think it's going to be who tries to pitch you a multi-level marketing.
To your point, I get that there are people that get sucked into it. But the people I know that if that doesn't work out, they jump into another one.
Yeah.
And then they jump into another one. And there are things, they're totally unrelated. But even to this day, they've been in multiple multi-level marketing schemes for the last decade.
But has anyone ever been surprised by the person, individual, who has reached out to you being like, you should do this? Every single time I've gotten that Facebook message or DM or text, I've been like, nope, that makes perfect sense.
Just like I said, just the first time. I was like, oh, you got me.
Okay. And when they make that pitch to you, it gets so uncomfortable, especially if that person in your life that makes this pitch is someone you're close to. Because you can't tell a sibling or a good friend to go F themselves.
No, that's when you get stuck.
But at the same time, you want no part of it. So, what do you do? How do you politely decline this thing that they believe is going to make them rich? And by you saying no, you are standing in the way of that happening.
Like you're saying, saying no to their product or saying no to joining in?
Both.
I think you get stuck. I think it's almost impossible to say no when it comes to buying something.
So you'll buy
them.
Junk knowing it's junk.
If I am at the place where it's being sold, I feel like I have to buy. I can't show up, eat food, drink booze, and then go home without buying anything.
But you would go to one of those. You would go to one of those parties.
Yeah, it's here's the thing. You feel like you have to support your friend, right?
You don't have to.
If this is a good friend, you got to show up. Especially if they've shown up for you for something that, think about your kids. Think of how many things that for fundraiser purposes they've gone and sold people.
Okay, but there's this huge difference there. Look.
There is, but there isn't. Because if that person bought something from them, wouldn't you feel obligated to help them in their business?
No, and here's why. I will always give money to kids, whatever thing they're selling, whether I want it or not, because I want them to be able to go on this trip to Darien Lake or play hockey or basketball or, have their chorus get to go to D.C. I'm happy to do that. Because kids don't have a way to make money. That kid is not going to go to the Triangle Shirt Factory and make $1 an hour.
But you're doing it for the kid as well as their parent.
Yes,
right?
And I'm happy that parent doesn't have to go into their own pocket to finance whatever their kid wants. If you as an adult make a decision that you think you can make money selling jewelry or purses or shakes or Amway, I don't feel an obligation to have to support you.
Even if they bought from you or your family.
Send your kid over. Send your kid over. I'll buy all the candy bars they got.
Maybe I just feel too guilty not saying no.
You know what that makes you?
A sucker?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about multi-level marketing. A new study shows that 1 in 10 Americans, that's 30 million people, have participated in a multi-level marketing business. 75% of those people who participated lost or made no money. And of the 25% that made money, they said more than half made less than $5,000 their entire time in the business. Rammer's on CMF. Hey, Rammer. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday. So, I blame it all on the Kirby vacuum cleaners. That's where it all went. It all went bad for me there. After being in the Kirby business, I did them all. We got sucked into the Amway business, never made any money, probably lost money. Then we were doing this personal security and home security business, which was multi-marketing. Never made any money. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago, I think I finally threw out the remaining 500 personal alarms I had. Then my wife was doing T-Light. Now, T-Light wasn't bad.
Oh, you're doing it. You're getting sucked in, Rammer.
What was T-Light?
No.
Candles?
She actually made some money doing that, and it was, women love candles, okay? I mean, anything to do with the candles was
I do remember my mom having a candle party when I was a kid.
Rammer, you sound like you're pitching me now. You sound like women love candles. Ladies be buying
I don't
candles.
know how that one ever went away now that I'm thinking about it.
So my primary goal at this point, as of today, I am now a brand new grandpa.
Hey, congratulations!
Thank you.
Grandpa Rammer.
I got to keep that kid out of jail and out of the multi-marketing businesses. That's all.
Take it from me, kid.
Well, no, look, I got a formula a month business that I got to tell you about, Ram. And here's the thing: if you sell for me, you make money and get free formula.
Listen, we already had the baby shower. We got enough formula to last probably 6 years at this point. So,
Rammer, congratulations, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Thanks,
I appreciate
bud.
it. All right, there goes Grandpa Rammer. Grammer, as they call him.
Have you ever been in a sneak attack situation with one of these things?
Personally, no.
Because it happened to me once with a girl that I didn't even know she sold this stuff, but I think she was selling essential oils at the time, something like that.
Can I ask, before you get into the story, what's an essential oil? Because I've heard
smells nice. I don't know.
But why is it essential?
Don't know.
So
I don't know.
People don't believe there's like medical benefits to these.
Oh, they'll sell you this. This is to my point.
Okay.
So I was telling her, I can't remember where we were, but I was like, my skin's breaking out right now. It's just that, for whatever reason, like something's irritating my skin. She says, "Oh, have you tried?" And then literally pulls out of her purse this essential oil that I guess if you drop a couple drops into whatever you're drinking, it helps clear your skin. And I'm like she's explaining like how it works and all this stuff. And I'm like, and she's like, and I can sign you up to get like a monthly subscription for it or whatever it was, whatever the sales pitch was. And I was like, I didn't even know how to react to it because it was just something that I didn't see coming. And the fact that there's now this sales presentation happening in front of me and you're like kind of pointing out a flaw at the same time.
Yeah,
And backing it by whatever, science they told you.
Did it work?
No, I was like, I'm actually already on. And I just made an excuse for why I couldn't do it because I'm on a medication.
Okay. All right.
But it was like that kind of thing where now I'm questioning, like, is that true? I don't know.
Well, of course it's not true. Why would your friend have stuff in her purse that you think is going to work to clear your skin?
It was just something that I was very taken back by. And like I said, I didn't even know this person sold. And I'm like, how often does this work for you where you keep it in your purse ready to go for whatever situation?
No, but you brought it up, right? Like you said, like it's that pointing out a flaw, high pressure situation, relationship is already built. Like that's kind of how they teach you to sell these things, right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Armand. Hey, Armand. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? So I do remember like my mom hosting candle parties, but the worst that I ever experienced was when I was like, mid-teen, young adult. I got like a job interview at this place called Vector, but their whole job was like selling us on like selling knives. Like, you did like a whole job interview, but at the end they like try to get you to buy knives and then like tell you like, all right, this is your job now. You got to go sell knives.
So it's like Cutco, something like that.
It's literally Cutco, but that's
like
what they call it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a place in Henrietta, and I remember being so confused. Like, wait, am I hired or do I have to like buy a knife before they hire me?
So they sold it as like, come work for us, but you have to buy product to work for us, essentially.
Yeah, kind of thing. And I was just so confused at the time. And I remember them calling me like for a week straight, and I just wouldn't answer. It's like, nah, man, I'm not selling knives. I'm trying to make a little cash.
So you didn't do well. Think about all the money you left on the table, not selling knives, stupid. What are you doing?
Man, why would I do that, man, when I can sit somewhere and flip burgers and make money? It's the same thing at this other company. They wanted us to like go door, like the home energy people, like, knock on your door and, get people to change their energy. It's like it's one energy company in New York. Like, stop it.
Armand, you're flipping burgers, making minimum wage. These people are living in mansions, driving Ferraris.
They will point to that one person, right?
Yep.
But I'm happy, though, so it doesn't even matter.
Hey, buddy, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, there goes Armand.
There is part of me that respects the hustle, especially the people that go door to door.
No.
Because, like, it
Don't
sucks.
bother me.
No, but it sucks. And you did it.
I
You
did.
know how
I
much
sold
it
Kirby
sucks.
vacuum cleaners.
Don't you kind of give
Well,
people...
I didn't actually sell one. I went door to door for a week and then realized I couldn't do it.
I do appreciate the effort. I'm not going to buy anything, but, like, you have to kind of respect that hustle a little bit.
I did have friends that did the same knife thing, and like they would set up appointments with all of our parents just to like get the $50 just to pay for the knives that they had to buy to sell.
Wait, you got paid $50 per appointment you set up?
I never did it, but I think that's how it worked because he did like multiple appointments with family friends.
Well, if I'm getting $50 an appointment, it changes things. You know, it's the weirdest part about this conversation, again, with 1 in 10 Americans saying they have participated in a multi-level marketing scheme at some point or are doing it now. That's 30 million Americans. And 75% of them saying they either lost or made no money. The most common age of people doing this are the folks that should know better. Because 1 in 4 are ages 35 to 44 years old. You've been around long enough to understand what this is. And even more shocking.
But is that like would those people be at like the height of growing? Yeah, you're right. They would have grown up with this.
I'm going to shock you even more.
Yeah.
The second most likely, and it's just a smidge under the first one, people 45 to 55 years old. Like, you'd think that you've seen this stuff in the past, you've been bothered, you've been warned. Gen Z and millennials only make up 26% of multi-level marketing sales combined as a generation. They're the ones who I'd be willing to give a pass to because you don't know, you're naive.
We also are less likely to want to have face-to-face interactions with people. Like, we don't want to, we'd rather text or message or email rather than like go door to door or make a phone call.
Yeah.
Right? So I wonder if that has something to do with it too, where we're less likely to be sucked in to something like that because that's something we don't want to do as a job, I guess.
It's a good point. But like, here's the thing. And why these multi-level marketing businesses, it seems, keep reinventing themselves and going. No one wants to admit they got. You know what I mean? Like the person who does a multi-level marketing business, they should stop and they should say this is scamola. But when they do that, kind of makes them look stupid. So it's not like the next person has that information when they get pitched on selling things to their friends and family. Like it's almost a secret genius way to do it. These multi-level marketing businesses, no one's going to be like, I was dumb. At least most people aren't. So they just keep doing it over and over and over again. So please stop writing me on Facebook and Instagram. I don't want to buy your shakes. Thank you.
And if we don't respond, we saw it.
Yeah. Let's take a break. Just because Tommy is in Chicago visiting his grandbaby doesn't mean we're not going to get creepy. You said there was a ton of content to pick from.
No.
Yet
just a lot of the same type of content. I actually lightened it up a little bit.
Oh, now you're going to take credit? Really?
You're welcome.
My ass. Creep Cap coming at you. And I'm going to save you $26 every time I go to the grocery store.
26 specifically.
I am going to save you specifically $26 every time you go to the grocery store. And we're going to do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Money's tight. Groceries are expensive, which is why you need to listen and listen good right now. We are going to save you $26 every time you go to the grocery store. You ready?
Ready.
Good. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy in the big girl chair. Terrible time. Timmy behind the board. Tommy in Chicago visiting his grandson. He'll be back on Monday morning. But just because Tommy's gone does not mean we don't do what we always do. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. By the way, put together by Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
The lineup of this put together by Kimmy.
I can't help what he puts out there.
It's the Creep Cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
The United States Department of Agriculture has 1.5 billion pounds of cheese stashed in caves in Missouri.
Wait, your mom lives in Missouri? It's one cheesy cave.
I got that. No, I'm saying he goes, like.
I like me some lemon.
This meat tastes meaty. Well,
So drag your mother into this. So they're basically like the worst fish you could eat.
Catfish is so good.
Anywhere.
It's
Because
so good.
But they're bottom feeders.
But it's so good.
Like your mama. I got a nice little setup going. I just got into the Gusher game.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm a big time Gusher guy.
Where can I find this?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room.
Oh, wait, so it's Gushers, but it's your own Gushers. What do you call them?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old-Timey Gushers in Your Mouth.
That's still Gushers.
She got hitched in West Virginia in them squirt pennies, and she ain't too skinny. She lost weight in all the wrong places. Her big ass still needs wide spaces.
Well, because you were talking about taints and Monroe, the taint of Monroe.
Isn't that your mom?
Shut up. It doesn't make sense. No. James, thanks for the call.
Taint hair, get your Monroe taint hair.
Shut up.
Fresh taint. Can't enjoy Monroe ever with some fresh taint.
Every time you leave the room to go to the bathroom, I take my penis hand and I touch your phone. You got my penis all over your phone.
But you touch the hand sanitizer.
I did the same thing to your mom last night.
Okay, look. Don't get mad at
So
me.
I guess we're even. You can't put it in Florida. Melted scuzz-ass swamp cheese. That would be your mom.
But like it also
Here
depends.
comes Yummy Mommy at the pool party.
Nebula is an enormous cloud of dust and gas occupying the space between stars and
your mom.
acting as a nursery for new stars.
Mom! It's so good to be a creep.
So good. Can't finish his own joke.
There it is, Creep Cap. Don't you try and come back to my side. All right. I'm going to save you $26 every time you go to the grocery store.
All right, how are we
ready?
doing this?
Grocery shopping on an empty stomach will cost you on average $26 every time you go.
I believe that.
Are you guilty of this?
Yes. I try not to do that. Like, I will try to eat a full meal before going grocery shopping because I am the snack queen. I'm already bad with snacks.
The snack queen.
I'm already bad about buying snacks. If I'm hungry, it's going to be a cart full of snacks.
She could win prom queen. She settled for snack
I will
queen.
happily take snack queen as my title.
Timmy, are you guilty of spending a fortune when you're shopping hungry?
I don't grocery shop. I just eat. I literally do not, like, meal by meal.
My fellow snack queen over here.
Wait. Do you just eat out constantly?
Yes.
You don't go to the grocery store?
Never.
When?
Like, pre-COVID.
What? You haven't been to the grocery store since before COVID.
If you were to look in, like, my cupboards right now, there's probably expired ramen, which I'm not sure is possible.
Okay.
And, like, 3 cans of soup.
How is that even possible?
No, that makes sense.
I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm always doing stuff. I'm never home.
Convenience store guy.
Yeah.
That's 4 years. 4 years having never stepped foot in a grocery store.
No, I go to Wegmans just for, like, I'm meal by meal. I don't plan ahead. I go to Wegmans to get what I need in that moment.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, think about single you.
Mm-hmm.
Your fridge probably wasn't stocked.
No, it wasn't stocked. But even in my most busted comedy days, when I was home from being on the road, I was going and getting groceries. I don't know how you live without groceries. What? I'm astonished this is even a thing. Okay, so we'll leave Timmy out of this conversation. So, Kimmy, you being guilty of this,
Yeah.
right? The simple thing to do is to not go to the grocery store hungry.
Mm-hmm.
The problem there is you want to go to the grocery store when you're hungry. Like, you're always motivated to go grocery
Well, you feel
shopping
like you're
more.
missing something. Like something that you're craving isn't in the pantry that day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, grocery shopping is not the most fun thing in the world. And sometimes you have to work up the motivation to go. And there is no greater motivation than when you want something to eat.
Yeah.
Like in my world, I hate going to the grocery store. I hate going to the grocery store. The only time I will go to the grocery store is if I am hungry in that moment. So I'm either not going to grocery shop or I'm going to go when I'm hungry and spend that extra $26.
I think you're rare. I think most people like going to the grocery store. I enjoy going to the grocery store.
I don't get either of you.
What, to buy snacks?
Yeah, snacks.
She is a snack
just
queen from what I
food in
understand.
general. Like I buy for current snacks and future snacks. Like what kind of snack
Future
am I gonna,
snacks?
What kind of snack am I going to want on a Saturday? I don't want it now, but I definitely want it on Saturday or Sunday.
You're not only accounting for in-time Kimmy, you're accounting for future Kimmy.
Yes.
The other weird thing about this with you spending an extra $26 per trip on average going to the grocery store when you're hungry, when could you go to the grocery store when you're not hungry? Because like the only times that would really work are right after breakfast on Saturday or Sunday.
Well, my husband and I have gone to the grocery store like after dinner sometimes.
Really?
Yeah. Like especially on like a weekend. Like I love going to the grocery store at the least busy times too. So sometimes like if you hit like the grocery store late on a Friday, it's beautiful. It's a wonderful experience.
Okay, so most people can't do that.
On a Friday?
I'm not going to take my kids to the grocery store on a Friday after we eat dinner. I'm winding down, baby.
All right.
I've had a long week. I'm going to lay on my couch and do nothing for a little while.
But that's the time to do it when you're not hungry.
Oh, thanks a lot. You should also save money so you don't end up poor. Way to go. Thanks a lot, obvious Kimmy. Like most people are going to the grocery store in the middle of the day on a Saturday or Sunday when you're going to be hungry. Or you're stopping on the way home from work before dinner where you're going to be starving.
Well, you're like regimented lunch guy, though. So why couldn't you go after lunch?
Because that's just more time. Now I got to take an hour to go grocery shopping for the week. I'm not doing that.
All right.
I want to get home. I want to get home from work. I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
Well, I wonder if people have cut down on snack, or I guess I should say impulse buys at the grocery store. Because so many people order groceries.
Okay, you're talking about like Instacart.
Yeah, like do you find yourself ordering more groceries when you're hungry, or is that not a factor because it's out of sight, out of mind?
I do love Instacart. I will say this, Instacart makes it difficult because if I want a snack at Wegmans that I didn't think I was thinking about, I have to walk past it. Whereas Instacart will throw things at you that they think you'll like.
Recommended for you?
Yes, like you like
I've never
this.
done it.
Maybe
so
you should try this. And then not only that, I don't have to walk. I can just constantly thumb through. It's like
that would be dangerous.
So I think you may be more likely to buy snacks on Instacart than you are.
And it gets delivered to your door. So
yeah, 252 WCMF 252-9263. The average American will spend an extra $26 per grocery store trip shopping while hungry. The only problem is we're always hungry. You're always hungry. When are you going to the grocery store where you're not hungry? You would almost have to like plan a day of like going out to lunch and then going grocery shopping. But even there, you're spending that money going out to lunch.
Right. You're spending extra cash anyways.
And like the other funny thing too is like when you're going grocery shopping, you're going because the food in your home is being depleted.
Sometimes. It's amazing how differently my husband and I see our pantry.
What do you mean?
Because like I will see like, oh, we have plenty of food. Like we have, stuff we can make for dinner. Whereas like he sees like, no, there's stuff missing. I need to go get chicken or I need to go like, I'm fine having like pasta for dinner.
Okay.
That's not a meal for him.
Okay. All right. So your husband will not go grocery shopping until he gets to the point where he's hungry because there's nothing in the house for him to eat.
Yes, even though we do have things to eat. It's not always like we're going to the grocery shopping when there's nothing left.
Just you telling the story and the tone that you're telling it in makes me hate you.
Well,
we have plenty of things to eat.
You know how triggered I am that he's not a pasta guy.
No, I get that. But don't talk to your husband like that. We have plenty of things to eat.
We do.
Plenty
We do.
Eaty things.
I feel like, how like when you tell your kids like you have plenty of food and they're like, no, we have nothing. Like I'm going to starve.
You just proved my point. Don't talk to your husband like he's your child.
Well,
snack queen.
Love this pasta with me, please.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. that's going to be a wrapperoo.
The old wrapperoo.
For a
Buddy.
Friday.
I'm just trying to stay with the pattern.
Okay, Kimmy in the big girl chair. Tommy in Chicago visiting his grandson. Terrible time to be behind the board. Tommy will be back Monday morning. By the way, Dan Hardy coming up at 3 o'clock. He'll be here till 7. Today, your last day listening to Dan Hardy to get your Bruce Springsteen co-word of the day. When he gives it to you, go to WCMF.com. Enter it for your last chance to win a pair of tickets to see Bruce and the E Street Band. JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse, April 18th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. Big thank you, Timmy, for getting up this morning and coming in.
Happy to help.
You have an entire jug of orange juice.
Expired.
Can you hold up the orange juice to the live stream camera just so people don't, like when I say jug.
Yeah, like.
No, don't open it near the board. What are you doing?
That's not one serving.
That's like 12 servings of orange juice.
That's for a family.
7.
Okay.
Says it right on the label.
Timmy, you're my boy. You know that. And I can't thank you enough for coming and helping us out. The only thing
he always surprises me with what he brings in.
After all these years. The only thing that sucks about Timmy being on the show is for the rest of the weekend, when I run into people who listen to the show, they are going to have all kinds of questions about the human being that is Terrible Time Timmy. Because you just say and do the weirdest damn things when you're on the show with us.
You're welcome.
Okay. Timmy, thank you again.
Again, you're welcome.
For Terrible Time Timmy, who is drinking a year's worth of recommended orange serving this morning.
It's good.
For Kimmy, who is the self-proclaimed snack queen.
You got it.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you back here Monday morning, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.